Thank you. Good, yeah.
Please call the roll.
Good afternoon. Ryan.
Here.
Gonzalez.
Here.
Maps. Rubio.
Here.
Wheeler.
Here. Now we're going to hear from legal counsel. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Welcome to the Portland City Council. To testify before council in person or virtually, you must sign up in advance on the council agenda at www.portland.gov/council/agenda. Information on engaging with City Council can be found on the council clerk's webpage. The presiding officer preserves order and decorum during City Council meetings. The presiding officer determines the length of testimony. Individuals generally have 3 minutes to testify unless otherwise stated. A timer will indicate when your time is done. Disruptive conduct such as shouting, refusing to conclude your testimony when your time is up, or interrupting others' testimony or council deliberations will not be allowed. If you cause a disruption, a warning will be given. Further disruption will result in ejection from the meeting. Anyone who fails to leave once ejected is subject to arrest for trespass. Additionally, council may take a short recess and reconvene virtually. Your testimony today should address the matter being considered. When testifying, state your name for the record. Your address is not necessary. Disclose if you are a lobbyist. If you are representing an organization, please identify it. For testifiers joining virtually, please unmute yourself once the council clerk calls your name. Thank you.
Thank you. And legal counsel, I might ask you to reread that after our first item before we start our second item, just because it's going to be a long afternoon. So first item, Keelan, item 338, first reading of a non-emergency ordinance.
create the Sustainability and Climate Commission.
Commissioner Rubio.
Thank you, Mayor. Colleagues, today I'm excited to bring forward this ordinance standing up the Sustainability and Climate Commission. The timing of this action is not accidental. It is Earth Week, when we are reminded that protecting our environment is a collective responsibility, and this is one step we can take to make sure climate implications are an integral part of our decision-making process for the city of Portland. Portland has long been an international leader in sustainability and climate justice, and this commission will cement city climate action with our new governance structure and act as a champion body for all current and future climate work. I'd like to take a moment to remind you of the history of how we got to today. In late 2021, I directed the hiring of a consultant to gather different perspectives about how the Planning and Sustainability Commission was working. As a result of this report, it was very clear there was a need for two commissions, as the oversight responsibilities related to both land use planning and sustainability have become more than one commission can undertake. In January of 2023, Council voted to split the commission, creating a planning commission and directing the creation of a sustainability and climate commission, which we are voting on today, or which we're hearing about today. With the city transition, this new advisory body will ensure that climate and sustainability work across all service areas will be unified and lead to lasting change. This framework is designed to fit into the new city structure under the city administrator's purview. The commission will be overseen by the Chief Sustainability Officer and structured with an eye toward community-informed guidance and essential engagement with service areas on issues critical to achieving our climate goals. So I want to thank BPS Director Donnie Oliveira, Chief Sustainability Officer Vivian Satterfield, and Elaine Livingstone. The collaboration and engagement that have gone into this project is truly remarkable. You have all spent countless hours coordinating with community and city staff to bring this thorough framework to council. So now I will hand it to Vivian Satterfield to introduce her team and their work.
Hi, good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners. Thank you so much, Commissioner Rubio, for that wonderful and very kind introduction. I am Vivian Satterfield. I use she, her pronouns or my name, and I am your Chief Sustainability Officer. I'm currently at the Bureau of Planning and Sustainability, and I'm going to be presenting today's presentation alongside my colleague, Elaine Livingstone. You'll be hearing from both of us in today's presentation. We've been doing actually a fair amount of these presentations. Thank you so much, Council Clerk, for pulling this up and helping us run this format today. We've been doing a fair amount of these presentations, and so if you don't mind, I hope that many of your questions will be addressed as we go through the presentation. And so if you don't mind holding your questions, and then we can address them at the very end. Thank you very much. Next slide, please. So today, this is what we'll be covering. As you heard from Commissioner Rubio, there's quite a bit of history that brings us to today, in which we're actually asking you to establish and stand up a framework for the new guiding body, the Sustainability and Climate Commission, as a result of the decoupling of planning from sustainability from the prior PSC, the Planning and Sustainability Commission. You'll also hear about sort of the goals that arrived from not just the consultant report, but really coming from the guiding documents we have for the city for our climate action plans. And you'll also hear about the work that we did to really understand and incorporate the charter reform process and what Portlanders are telling us about the urgency of climate change and how they would like to see the new form of government addressing this really critical global charge. You'll hear about the proposed structure, functions, and plans that will guide this new climate and sustainability body, and also what the next steps for the Sustainability and Climate Commission will be, including how we'll see commissioners and all the work that is really in front of us as we stand up the new form of government. There's some things that we know now and can address, and there are other things that are a bit unknown, and so we'll try to address all of that in today's presentation. But your crystal ball is about as clear as mine is. And then we'll bring in our invited testimony, and that will conclude our presentation today. No, that's not it. Let's go ahead. Next slide, please. So as Commissioner Rubio stated, the former Planning and Sustainability Commission had really this broad scope. The Planning Commission really gets its power vested to it by state land use law, and every jurisdiction has a responsibility to help steward that with a Planning Commission. And so that was created in 2010. But then sustainability and climate action has really gained urgency, especially from not just our own lived experience, but really from the community. The Portlanders themselves really saw a need to bring sustainability and climate issues to the forefront and to have a space in our city government that really addressed that. The former PSC really tried their best in order to handle this dual charge of handling both land use decisions and zoning changes and all the important work that a planning commission has to do. But they also grappled with some of the challenges that come when there's this dual focus of planning and sustainability, arguably two pretty hefty and important topics to Portlanders. So thanks to the sage advice to have a report to really make some suggestions on where we should go. In February of 2023, Ordinance number 191150 disbanded the prior Planning and Sustainability Commission and created the new Planning Commission that is state mandated with their defined roles. And that same ordinance directed BPS to create a new sustainability or climate commission to propose to council. I was hired in February of last year, and my charge was to work immediately to start standing up this new Climate and Sustainability Commission, and I've gotten right to work. And so I immediately went ahead and hired a Climate Commission coordinator, who's sitting here with me today, Elaine, to research and design this new Climate and Sustainability Commission, which would reset the scope, the expectations, and establish action in this new form of government. So again, what Elaine and I are presenting to you today is our proposal to establish the Sustainability and Climate Commission for the City of Portland. And we are seeking your support of this framework. And I want to recognize that there are many aspects that are interdependent on decisions that are yet to be made about advisory bodies, about how my own office, the CSO office, is formed, and the function of the new city government. Next slide, please. We're so fortunate to be living here in Portland that has such a strong and long legacy in working on climate action. In 1993, the city of Portland became the first U.S. city to release a climate action plan. And since then, the city has produced several iterations of climate action plans, including this council passing in 2020 an emergency declaration and other climate resiliency and adaptation plans that are housed within different bureaus. Again, in 2020, the City Council declared a climate emergency, which then launched the current Climate Action Plan, and our current guiding document for climate is the Climate Emergency Work Plan. It really outlines the city's priorities around emissions and is process-focused for pathways to net zero carbon by 2050. There's a number of 47 actions, and there's annual reporting to council that you've been hearing about. So the Sustainability and Climate Commission will be supported, much like this work that we're already doing on climate issues, by key city staff and leadership, and in turn will be able to support city staff working on and implementing climate and sustainability initiatives across service areas, bureaus, and offices. It's going to serve as a key accountability body for the community, other governance bodies, and the city of Portland. Next slide, please. The backdrop of charter reform really is, I think, in our minds and shaping so much of the decisions that we make right now. And so from December 2020 to December 2022, the Charter Commission really reviewed the city's charter, and phase one of that review was passed by voters in November 2022. This set in motion the city's transition to this new form of government structure. I also want to call out here that it does include the job responsibilities of both the mayor and the city administrator to achieve this line, to advance the city's efforts to mitigate the human-made climate crisis and prioritize environmental justice initiatives. I believe that what I propose here with the new Sustainability and Climate Commission, it provides the opportunity for the mayor and the city administrator to actually fulfill this charge that's in their job descriptions. And I'll go ahead and pass this actually off to my colleague, Climate Commissioner Coordinator Elaine Livingstone, for the next part of this presentation.
Next slide, please. Thank you, Vivian. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. For the record, my name is Elaine Livingstone. I use she, they pronouns, and I'm the Climate Commission Coordinator for the Bureau of Planning and Sustainability. This type of work is not unfamiliar to me. During my time working at the University of Hawaii, I worked with the climate commissions in Hawaii in a scientific role in compiling a soil carbon and greenhouse gas emissions inventory and databases. I contributed to their 2020 reporting and assessments for climate risks in Hawaii and focused on nature-based solutions for resilience. As part of this work, we researched 14 other climate advisory bodies across the US, including the local state-level Oregon Climate Action Commission and county-level Multnomah County Committee on Sustainability and Innovation. From the commissions we researched, member size greatly varied, from 5 members to 192 members, serving as a larger public assembly body on climate. They also varied in their function and who they advised. Some advised only their local electeds and specific offices. Some had purview over the climate action plans, and others had larger purview to include the community, nonprofits, and businesses. A few had a combination of all of these roles. Additionally, there was a variety of actions and roles these commissions played. Some give general recommendations, input, and reviews. Some have advocacy roles, and a few can set policy, rules, and programs. The majority of the climate commissions we researched utilized city staff liaisons to the commission and organized their work by focus areas. You can see the full research in Exhibit A, Appendix A. Next slide, please. The first place we looked for public input, as Vivian mentioned, was the charter reform. The Charter Commission committed to robust community engagement. In phase 1, their survey garnered over 4,000 responses, and 8% of those responses called to climate change and environmental justice. In phase 2, the Charter Commission created a climate and environmental justice subcommittee and hosted 2 listening sessions. We went through their public comment, and the city has heard from the community that the time for bold climate action is now. They want a climate oversight body, and there's urgency to focus on the most impacted communities. We also facilitated then we had many public touch points with community to design and understand the necessary processes for this body to function. We hosted an in-person community kickoff with Commissioner Rubio and then 2 virtual community conversations. We had a survey for these events aimed at understanding the community's climate values and visions for Portland and what is needed to bring that to reality. We also facilitated 4 workshops with an external working group with key community members. They helped design SCC structure, function, and processes within the city organization, external bodies, and the community. The workshop activities depicted potential SCC processes for potential projects, programs, and policies that may be seen by SCC. Then a draft of the SCC proposal, Exhibit A, was released for 30-day public comment in March 2024. It received 24 comments, with 83% of those comments in favor of creating SCC. Comments received reflected that SCC must have clear authority, urgently push forward climate action, support city staff, and clearly measure and evaluate progress. Based on public comment, we updated the SCC proposal as you see as Exhibit A today. We then hosted 2 in-person open houses showcasing the proposal updates from public comment. Next slide, please. This is the survey from the community kickoff and community conversations. It received over 200 comments, and commenters expressed they want to see Portland as a global climate action leader. And to achieve that, they voiced SCC should be an accountability body that pushes climate action forward urgently. Next slide, please, where I'll give the floor back to Vivian.
Thank you, Elaine. So Elaine mentioned the external working group that I invited to help work through a 3-series workshop that myself, Elaine, and the really talented equity and engagement people at BPS helped design, drawing from our knowledge of good engagement and drawing from the expertise of these individuals. As you can see, these are some familiar names to you likely, and quite busy people. So I really can't thank them enough for taking the time out of their day to engage with us in a dedicated manner to get their hands on and really shape the Sustainability and Climate Commission alongside of us. You will also be hearing from some of them later today in invited testimony as well. Their organizational affiliations are just given for identification purposes only and are not an endorsement necessarily of the SEC, but I hope you can see how dedicated and the through lines that they all contributed to what we have presented in front of you today. Next slide, please. So while going and working with folks who have expertise and who have interacted with the city is arguably extremely important, and of course we did a lot of work to really follow the directives that we feel that the voters have given through the charter reform process, we know that the practitioners and the subject matter experts in the city are the folks who know how things can really get done. And so we turned to do a lot of work as well with internally to the city. So we hosted the same workshop actually that we designed for our working group. We condensed that and ran through city processes as well. So we ran through 4 of those with different city employees. I also engaged the members of what this group that I'm able to convene called the Climate Preparedness Group. We engaged with those individuals over 3 times to help inform this process, and you'll see the bureaus that are represented here from different infrastructure bureaus and other bureaus who help participate and help shape the various iterations of our proposal for the Sustainability and Climate Commission. And because the most challenging part about doing all this work has really been designing the Sustainability and Climate Commission to a certain percentage of completion, and then also dropping it into a new form of government that's also being designed to a certain percentage of completion, we had to work really closely with staff from the Office of Management and Finance, Civic Life, the transition team, and also our city asset managers who are really looking in that future-facing form of government. And climate is a bit of that existential future-facing type of issue. So thanks to all those folks who've dedicated their time and expertise in helping us understand how this commission could interface. We've also engaged in many city leadership briefings. I want to thank the dedication of your staff to this, the access that you've offered us in order to help create a proposal that we do believe speaks to what we do know now to inform the Sustainability and Climate Commission. Altogether, we've engaged over 12 city bureaus, offices, or groups within the city, mostly over the last few months, but also truly throughout the entire year. Next slide, please. So these are the goals of the Planning and Sustainability Commission. I'll go ahead and offer this. The first and last bullet point that you see here, really bookending our goals, come directly from the consultant report that Commissioner Rubio chartered to help inform in dismantling the Planning and Sustainability Commission, what should a new body achieve? We don't want to propose a structure that recreates some of the existing challenges that the PSC had. So we really took that as the bookending points that we had to fulfill in standing up a new Sustainability and Climate Commission. And then the middle points really come informed by our research, drawing also from the charter reform process directly. Elaine did comb through all of those comments to suss out how the existing engagement could inform our proposal on the Sustainability and Climate Commission. So again, the goals here are to reset the scope, expectations, and establish a new authority on climate and sustainability, as well as to create accountability for the city and its service areas and the Portland community. This body also will create the city's climate action plan and other guiding documents on climate. It will advance the city's efforts to mitigate the human-made climate crisis and prioritize environmental justice initiatives. It will ensure the city is on track to meet established climate goals. And in the way that it interacts, it will balance advisory, advocacy, and action in its charge. Next slide, please. So again, informed by our research, and no other city is exactly quite like Portland, but we really drew from the best practices to help inform what we wanted to do here. We are proposing a mid-sized commission of 20 members. Those 20 members will be comprised directly of community members and will include 4 seats for youth commissioners. I feel pretty passionately about youth engagement. I have a bit of a background in youth organizing myself, and we also consulted with the Multnomah Youth Commission, the official youth policy body for the city and the county, and have been engaging with other community-based groups who have a lot of experience and expertise in how to do civic engagement and governance with young people. We're also working with a number of our educational institutions, including Portland State University and Portland Community College, to continue to inform how we will be structuring these youth seats and what the sort of supports can look like for them in this body. Additionally, in order to have that really strong link to the work of the city, I am proposing that 6 city staff liaisons will serve as ex officio non-voting members on the Sustainability and Climate Commission. I'm first proposing that these are either the deputy city administrators themselves or a person of their choosing. Because climate touches everything, but we still need to have it organized, I'm proposing that the Sustainability and Climate Commission will be organized by different focus areas and that members will be recruited in areas of expertise or knowledge. We'll go ahead and share those focus areas on the next slide, please. So these focus areas, excuse me, may seem familiar to you because they map directly back to the city's current emergency work plan and climate action plan around our sources of emissions and the work that we are already undertaking as service areas to address climate. But much like how this work has to adapt as we learn more about our city's needs, I can't imagine scenarios in which new topics could be added or replace what you see here. But this is just directly maps back to the existing plans that we currently have. Next slide, please. The Sustainability and Climate Commission will be a city administrator level commission. As we know, climate and sustainability touches all work across all the service areas. The commission will report to the Chief Sustainability Officer, and it will balance advisory, advocacy, and action in its charge. And because climate does touch everything, the SCC will collaborate with other advisory bodies, and we aim to build in accountability and transparency to city core values that I know are important to everyone. And of course, the new city council, mayor, and city administrator will add more clarity to how the SCC will function in this new form of government. Next slide, please. And I'm going to ask Elaine to present these next ones about how the new form of government will expect to interact with the Sustainability and Climate Commission.
Thank you, Vivian. The SCC will be a working body, and we're proposing 3 tiers to organize its work. We'll go into more detail in the next few slides, but briefly, Tier 1 is learn and plan, Tier 2 is create and evaluate, and Tier 3 is act. Some projects, policies, or plans may only touch on 1 or 2 of these tiers, while larger plans, such as the city's next iteration of the Climate Action Plan, will go through all 3 tiers of the SCC. Next slide, please. Tier 1, learn and plan, is where staff are updating and educating SCC. SCC is learning, collecting information, and planning with any applicable staff, including other advisory bodies. Examples of actions include briefing SCC on implementation strategies of previously agreed upon work plans from service areas, accepting progress reports, and holding joint meetings with other committees. Next slide, please. Tier 2, create and evaluate, is where SCC is producing work. The DCAs, or their designees, as SCC non-voting members, and the Chief Sustainability Officer bring work to SCC for recommendations, refinements, and alignment with established climate goals. Decision-making authority is ultimately with City Council, the Mayor, and the City Administrator, but SCC recommendations will strongly inform these decisions. Public debate on issues will happen at SCC, and this also gives the opportunity for the Mayor and City Administrator to address the human-made climate crisis. Next slide, please. Tier 3, ACT, is where climate action is happening from the city. The Chief Sustainability Officer with the Deputy City Administrators will bring work from SCC to City Council, the Mayor, and the City Administrator for final action and decision-making. This will be in cases where an end goal is defined, such as an ordinance, resolution, or report. Next slide, please. And I'll pass it back to Vivian.
Thanks, Elaine. So the Sustainability and Climate Commission will demonstrate accountability by having public transparency with information exchange. Meetings will be publicly available with clear information and public comment opportunities, and there will be follow-up on action, concepts, and recommendations. The Sustainability and Climate Commission will evaluate past and current programs, policies, and projects. Next slide, please. Commissioners for the Sustainability and Climate Commission, like every other advisory body in the city, will apply via the city's advisory bodies program. We imagine that applications will be reviewed by the Climate Commission coordinator and other subject matter experts from within the different service areas and bureaus. Again, because we are proposing different focus areas, and we're going to be seeking to seat commissioners with various levels of expertise amongst those focus areas, we'll have to work within the city bureaus to bring in subject matter experts to help us vet those commissioners and to help make recommendations about how to seat the commission overall. Recommendations then will be given to the Chief Sustainability Officer to then give to the mayor to help seat our commissioners. And then the mayor will appoint the commissioners with city council approval. The asterisk and caveat here is, of course, that the City Advisory Bodies Program is currently undergoing a process to review all city advisory bodies and what this process will be. So this is actually the area in which I have the least bit of foresight on what that can look like, but I am actively engaging with all of those participants across the city to really think about our various advisory bodies and how this, as the first city administrator level commission, could be seated. Next slide, please. So where we go from here, this is our first reading in your first consideration for the Sustainability and Climate Commission. We'll work with the council clerk on a second reading sometime in May, and pending your decision and consultation. And so the anticipated recruitment, we could imagine starting in fall of 2024. Again, this is all subject to the city advisory bodies process and my collaboration with that body. And we could be seating commissioners as early as winter of 2025. Again, this is all anticipated based off of a number of different moving parts within the city. And we'll be working with those dedicated staff to ensure that we get clarity to the public about what we're doing with the Sustainability and Climate Commission. Next slide, please. So that concludes our presentation and reflects a lot of the information that was in the exhibit. Thank you again.
Thank you. Excellent presentation. Thank you. Commissioner, I understand you have some provided testimony. Is that correct?
We do. So we have Sasha Pollock from Multnomah County Advisory Council on Sustainability and Innovation. We also have Sarah O'Brien from Director of Willamette Partnership. Ramfis Giannettino Villatoro, committee member for PSEP and also policy manager for Blue Green Alliance, and then Director Millicent Williams from PBOT.
Great. And Vivian and Elaine, I'm sure we'll have questions for you, but we'll do the testimony first, so don't go too far. Thank you. Appreciate the presentation. Good afternoon. Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor Wheeler, Commissioners. My name is Sasha Pollock. I use she, her pronouns, and I was a member of the working group that Vivian and Elaine pulled together on the SCC. I served as a member in that group, and we were invited to engage in a 4-workshop series to help design the new Sustainability and Climate Commission. We took the research that the staff has, that you've seen, that the staff pulled together, and brought our own backgrounds and experience to that to identify priorities for focus size, engagement with staff and elected officials, and more. Among other things, my experience serving for 6 years on the Multnomah County Advisory Commission on Sustainability and Innovation was part of what I brought to this. The things that I have found there and in my other background, which I'll talk about in a minute really briefly, is it's really important to have this kind of commission de-siloed. As Vivian mentioned, climate impacts every single bureau at the city and beyond. And so to have a commission like this in one bureau really limits the ability of that commission to make meaningful impact. Also, having it under the city administrator, directly under the city, the chief sustainability officer is really important, because if the way to get and keep really strong, experienced folks who are bringing their expertise to this is to make them feel like they're being listened to and their impact is really meaningful on city policy. My background, I've worked my entire career in state and local politics around both as a staffer and also on climate policy here in Oregon and in Washington. Piece of my work was standing up the resilience program at Metro, which lived at the intersection of climate, natural disasters, and the social and economic impacts of injustice in our world. And looking at that, one of the issues we had at Metro was deciding where that piece of work would live, and it was really challenging to determine. And I think the proposal here to have this in the chief administrator's office is a really good one. Happy to answer any questions, but I'll pass it on to my other colleagues.
Mayor Wheeler, Commissioners, good to see you this afternoon. My name's Sarah O'Brien. I'm Executive Director of Willamette Partnership, and boy, is your mic sensitive. I don't have to lean into that at all, do I?
No, they pick everything up.
Jeez,
Ask me how I know.
really disarming. Willamette Partnership, our organization, is a nonprofit that helps people throughout the Pacific Northwest build community-driven solutions that help both people and nature. So the topic you all are talking about is really dear to my heart today. We do a lot of technical assistance for public entities, community-based organizations, everything from funding navigation, policy navigation, kind of helping to get ground-up solutions for multiple uses of natural areas to work in a way that sort of builds community and meets multiple goals. We've done a significant amount of work over the years supporting public entities in climate action planning. Back in the way good old days when we thought a federal cap and trade bill was right around the corner, we used to help state agencies build climate action plans. We did a fair amount of work back then about sort of corporate sustainability efforts that really has fed into how we advise public entities to address these kinds of issues. And we're doing a lot of work today with tribal governments and with local governments to sort of get, especially climate action plans, in order in a way that helps folks access federal funding. So like Sasha, I definitely want to start with kudos to Vivian, Elaine, their team, and the BPS folks in general. We do a ton of process design and facilitation, and you guys don't need RTA. You've got a great staff here, and they did a great job. They created a really well-supported, well-structured process, really led us through the steps needed to get the input that they were seeking from us, and really took our feedback seriously. So big kudos to the team for that. They made it really easy to engage. I would have been pleased if my staff designed a process and ran it that way. Another thing I wanted to mention, just kind of echoing and building on a little bit of what Sasha shared. We tend to think about a number of different best practices for the ways that you would build a climate or a sustainability or a climate and sustainability body like this. And really this started many years ago when we were first doing this work as kind of a shortcut to figure out who was doing real work in climate and sustainability. So we could look at a corporate sustainability officer, or we could look at a local or state or federal agency sustainability effort and be able to tell whether they're prepared to get real work done and to provide the outcomes that meet community needs. So I got 5 of those, and it became kind of a shortcut over time for us to look at an initiative like this and tell, is it ready to deliver? Is this something that we as a nonprofit want to invest our time and energy in supporting folks getting this work done? And I think you'll notice that the proposal that Vivian and Elaine shared really hits the vast majority of these right in the nose. So is there a clear mandate and a work plan? Definitely you've got that box checked. What's the location and organizational structure? To Sasha's point, climate always crosses whatever your silos are. So anything related to climate is going to involve multiple bureaus, multiple departments, multiple, I don't like to use the word silos, but I don't have a better word for it, working together to solve problems. So nesting it in the right place in the organization to make that happen is important. If you're building this kind of commission, body, board, is it representative of diverse community interests and identities, expertise, connection to community, and really being able to hear the voices of community? Obviously, that's important to get to the outcomes that communities need and wish for. Clear decision authority and role is another important one that I think the tiers approach that Vivian described really addresses head-on. It's important to know whether a body is a decision-making body or an advisory body. We have learned over time that advisory bodies are important, but they have trouble getting certain kinds of substantive work done. They can shout pretty loud and not necessarily get a change in activity. So seeing a clear decision authority and role there, as well as, the input of decision makers and staff in terms of figuring out when, where, and how to call on that authority is important. And the other one, colleagues, I think lies in your hands, which is the organization, is the commission sufficiently staffed and budgeted in order to produce the work that it's expected to do on behalf of the community. We learned in the very early days that if we saw a corporate sustainability officer that reported to the CEO and had little or no staff and budget, then that was not a good person to spend a ton of time and effort on. So I will share with you that the idea of a 20-person board, as somebody who facilitates boards for a living, makes me a little bit nervous. And the secret to making that work will be the kind of structure that Vivian and Elaine outlined, but also having enough staff expertise and capacity to be able to really structure that group in a way that makes it successful. So happy to pass on to our next colleagues here and take any questions folks might have later. Thanks for your time.
You.
Mayor. It's working now? Oh, great. Well, Mayor Wheeler and members of the commission, for the record, my name is Rand Feast, Junior Tino Viatoro, and just want to say if it looks like I wrestled with my tie, it's because I really did wrestle with my tie before.
I feel you.
It's passable.
Fair one.
It's absolutely passable.
Got how to wear them.
Andrew, we are laughing at that one.
It's the thought that counts.
Thank you, yeah. So again, I'm one of the co-chairs for the Portland Clean Energy Fund, and my day job is I'm the Oregon Policy Manager for Blue Green Alliance, which is a coalition of labor environmental organizations aimed to address our environmental challenges while creating good quality jobs. The Portland Clean Energy Fund, again, as a refresher, was an initiative passed by 65% of Portland voters that, again, created a 9-member committee, myself included, aimed to tackle and provide investments in climate action. And most recently, through our city code changes in 2022, HELP was charged with recommending the inaugural 5-year climate investment plan to City Council. Today, I'm here to support the Sustainability and Climate Commission because, one, I think it helps address the challenges of climate change and the impacts to Portlanders, and really rises the challenge of an all-hands-on-deck approach, engage in collaboration through leaders and with top administrative posts in the city. Additionally, the scope of the SEC is complementary to PSEF's mission and goal, where, again, we could envision how PSEF and the SEC can collaborate, have joint meetings, offer a new venue of how the city can guide and offer its leadership on innovative ideas that can influence PSEF and PSEF investments. But again, we support this, and I support this because it's distinct. The mission and the purpose of the SEC is distinct enough where PSEF currently is focused on those investments, but we need a good plan. Like, plans are just as important as the investments. It's an important pillar to climate action and sustainability. So I think oftentimes when we're thinking about how do we find good synergy between bureaus, how do we find good synergy throughout the city, we need the SEC to provide that type of plan, that kind of climate action plan that can be informative for myself as a committee member and future committee members at the Portland Clean Energy Fund. So again, let me just add a finer point. Planning for climate action citywide is important in its own right and synergistic for how we plan our investments. So again, please support the SEC, and thank you.
You.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
There you go.
Good afternoon, Mayor Wheeler and members of the Portland City Council. For the record, I am Millicent Williams, Director of the Portland Bureau of Transportation, and I'm pleased to be here today to support the creation of the Sustainability and Climate Commission. PBOT has a long history of collaboration with the Bureau of Planning and Sustainability, and I look forward to future collaboration with the Sustainability and Climate Commission. As I believe you all know, and if you aren't aware, the transportation sector contributes approximately 40% of Portland area carbon emissions. Reducing these emissions is of critical importance to PBOT and is necessary for the city to reach our climate goals. Reducing transportation carbon emissions has proven to be especially challenging. While Portland has seen a reduction in many other sectors, transportation emissions continue to rise. The reasons for this are complex. Reducing transportation emissions will require both an overall reduction in vehicle miles traveled, or simply stated driving, and the electrification of remaining vehicle miles traveled. However, we can only expect people to drive less if there are safe, affordable, and convenient options for them to get to where they need to go in other ways, something we talked about when I was here last week, especially with you, Commissioner Ryan. This means that transportation outcomes are tied to land use, they are tied to housing, they are tied to safety, and they are tied to jobs, and I could go on. I'm taking a minute to talk about the complexity of transportation as it intersects with climate goals because I know that this new commission will have its work cut out for it in this area and in so many other areas as well. Because of this complexity, I'm grateful that Bureau staff were consulted during the commission development process. I'm also pleased that the thought that has gone into the development of a structure that incorporates city staff in an ongoing way and that aligns with the new city organizational structure is in place. Making real progress on our climate and sustainability challenges will require a partnership between this new commission, city staff, the city council, and it will require significant financial investments and leadership across many intersecting areas, as we've heard many times already stated today. This is an exciting milestone, and I and the staff at PBOT look forward to the ongoing work. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I think that concludes our
Great.
presentation.
So why don't we do this? I'll ask if Vivian or Elaine, do we have questions for them now, or do you want to go to public testimony first? What's the preference of the council? Public? How many people do we have signed up, Keelan?
We have 5 people.
Oh, we only have 5 people. Why don't we do that and hear from them, and then if they need to go off to the rest of their day, they can, and then we can have staff come back up.
First up, we have Brian Romer.
Welcome, Brian. Thanks for being here.
Hi, my name is Brian Romer. I serve on the Community Involvement Committee for both the City of Portland and for Multnomah County. So thank you for appointing me, Carmen Rubio. The views are expressed here are my own. They're not reflective of either of the committees that I belong to. I fully support the Sustainability Commission. I'd like to see it approved and put in place immediately. I also happen to be a science publisher for the last 35 years. Academic and scientific communities have shown that the planet is warming due to human activities, and it's influencing intensely and the frequency of extreme weather events that we've all experienced. In fact, as the Department of Defense said over 10 years ago, a warming climate is a threat multiplier, which means aggravating existing problems that we have in our society. Here in Portland, we've seen firsthand such extreme events have negatively impacted us. It impacts how we think, how we act, and especially towards how we act towards others. It increases social tensions, it increases crime, it increases violence. It increases healthcare costs, energy costs, food costs for both residents and for businesses. And it makes our wildfire seasons and winter storms longer, costlier, and more lethal. Forming the Sustainability and Climate Commission will help address this predicament, help by developing and implementing critical social, economic, and environmental justice initiatives. The Commission used a very thoughtful and well-researched decision-making process, engaged in a wide variety of stakeholders, including the Community Involvement Committee, which I reside on, and prioritizes impacted communities. successfully implemented and supported, the commission will help create jobs and economic opportunities, help draw and keep talented people here in Portland, improve our children's health and well-being, and help us respond better proactively to future extreme events, extreme weather events. Many Portland communities rank environmental and climate issues high on their list of priorities. This commission, the City Council must send a very strong message of support for this commission, not only to the other people in our city, but also to our state, county, and the world as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Damon Mott's story.
Welcome.
Good afternoon, Mayor Wheeler and members of Portland City Council. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify today. For the record, my name is Damon Mott-Story, and I serve as chapter director of the Sierra Club's Oregon chapter. We have over 57,000 members and supporters in Oregon, and we've worked since 1892 to explore, enjoy, and protect the planet. I'm here today to speak on behalf of our members in strong support of the new proposed Sustainability and Climate Commission. I'd like to express my deep gratitude to Vivian, Elaine, and their colleagues' good and hard work on this at the Bureau of Planning and Sustainability. I remember testifying my first time to the Planning and Sustainability Commission in this very room 7 years ago. And back then it struck me how difficult it was for climate change, fossil fuels, and environmental stewardship to get their due time before a body with an enormous mandate that also included urban planning. It makes good sense to support a commission that can focus on sustainability and climate policies for our state's largest city. I myself participated in the discussions last fall hosted by the Bureau of Planning and Sustainability in order to explore our shared expertise on community-based environmental justice policymaking and best practices among other similar jurisdictions. I believe that the process that led up to this ordinance was inclusive, comprehensive, and thoughtful. And I urge you to support the resultant ordinance that now puts this careful planning into practice. Our members view Portland's new Sustainability and Climate Commission as crucial to our success as a city in mitigating human-caused climate change and advancing environmental justice initiatives. This body can and should focus on accountability, transparency, and clear metrics to evaluate whether our efforts are successful and city policies are reaching their full potential. This is important because present and future generations are counting on us to do everything we can within our collective power to slow and halt the worsening heat waves, ice storms, and wildfires that threaten our lives and livelihoods. And this is not just about climate change, but it's about a sustainable future for everyone. We must act through policy to preserve clean air and water, save keystone species like salmon and birds, and ensure that our city infrastructure makes it possible for everyday people to get by without using polluting fossil fuels. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify, and we urge you to adopt this ordinance and create the Portland Sustainability and Climate Commission.
Thank you.
Thanks, Dana.
Next up, we have Jorge Sanchez Batista.
Welcome. Thanks for being here.
Good afternoon. Oh, okay. It's all right there. Good afternoon, Mayor Wheeler and City Commissioners. Hi, Mr. Ryan. For the record, my name is Jorge Sanchez Bautista, Jorge. I am a climate advocate and a high school student in Northeast Portland. And I'm here to support the creation of the Sustainability and Climate Commission. The creation of the Sustainability and Climate Commission will be life-changing, of course, as we've heard, as well as we know that we have seen as much change here in Portland with the recent events, with heat waves, storms, the snowstorm, the ice storm, and the much pollution and sadly deaths that we've seen. Even as Portland currently faces many issues with homelessness and drug crisis, one of the issues is climate change that's most talked about with young people such as myself and definitely more folks. It's why you probably see many young people ask you and other leaders to take action, especially against Zenith Energy and other fossil fuel companies. The commission ensures community engagement and will give underserved communities a voice, including youth with the designated youth spots, which I would love to highlight. It's not every day you see something like that. And as Commissioner Rubio said, it's Earth Week, and why, as a youth, I ask you all to vote yes on this ordinance. And lastly, I would like to thank Commissioner Rubio again and city staff for bringing this forward. Thank you.
Thanks for being here. Appreciate it.
Next up, we have Jenny O'Connor online.
Hi, I'm Jenny O'Connor. I'm a Portland citizen and property owner. You may remember me from the November hearing where I testified passionately about getting a climate officer at the top leadership at the city administrator's office. And I want to take the time now to thank from the bottom of my heart to Commissioner Rubio for making this happen. And I'm sure Mayor Wheeler, the two of you had a lot to do with this. You, Commissioner Rubio, inviting me to meet with your chief of staff and your, and Megan, I can't remember her position. Anyways, that was really helpful. And we got the dialogue started. And then I spoke with Bobby Lee. I didn't speak with him, but anyways, thank you both. Thank you, Mayor Wheeler. And thank you, Commissioner Rubio, for making this happen, making the chief administrator or the chief sustainability officer positioned in the city administrator's office, because this sort of, you know, put everything at the higher level and responded to the urgency that we were saying that we were concerned about and that you can keep on hearing from all the testimony. So thanks. I support the resolution and for the Sustainability, Climate and Sustainability Commission. I think Vivian and Elaine have done a great job, really comprehensive. They've done all their homework. They've met with all the folks and incorporated a lot of concerns into their plan. So I fully support that. I'm glad to see that the SCC will be at the city administrator level commission, because this is, you know, a commission that does, as other people have pointed out, oversee cross-bureau projects. The one thing I noticed in the 8 focus areas was industry wasn't included in that. And I know that it's part of the CEW. I'm not sure why, and it's one component of them. I'm not sure why it wasn't included as a focus area. I think maybe it should be. Industry and development are where we have a lot of problems. So I would put that on the table as something to maybe incorporate. Thank you very much. And again, thank you, Commissioner Rubio. I appreciate what you've done for us.
Thank you, Jenny. Appreciate your testimony.
Next up, we have Sharice Bach.
Welcome. Thank you for being here.
Hello, thank you, Mayor Wheeler and commissioners, for giving this opportunity to share about the Sustainability and Climate Commission. My name is Sharice Bach, and I'm representing 350 PDX today in my role as Climate Policy Manager. We're an organization focused on climate and environment here in Portland, with a network of thousands of people in the Portland area who care about building a healthy and sustainable climate through just and equitable means. So I'm speaking today in support of this ordinance to create a Sustainability and Climate Commission. I appreciate all of the work that has been put into this plan, and I'm excited to see it rolling out next year, and appreciate that it's going to be at that city administrator level with the chief sustainability officer overseeing that. That sounds great. The 20-member commission with experts and youth is a great idea. I appreciate that thoughtfulness to include youth and to make sure their expertise from a variety of areas represented on that council. I also appreciate that there will be liaisons from the various bureaus and service areas. I think that's going to be essential for making sure that all of these important climate and sustainability goals that we have for our city are able to be worked on collaboratively, and that all of these different pieces and plans that we really want to do are able to happen in a well-orchestrated way. And so there's a place and a location for those conversations to happen. So this is a lot for a group of volunteers to be able to do. So I think that's going to be the challenge, is making sure that they're able to do all the things that are listed in this plan for them to do. So they'll need to have strong support from the city administrator and the mayor and the rest of the city employees. So I'm hopeful that that can be really well implemented as the new city structure comes into place, and that goal of the charter is able to be carried out in this commission and the support around it. I am also aware that the climate emergency work plan has been being worked on for several years, but as of the last report, only 2% of it had been done yet. And so I'm hopeful that things, by having this commission, things will be able to move ahead more quickly and more efficiently. One of the things that is really important is addressing equity concerns, and so I'm hopeful that this Climate Commission can really work well with the equity and the equity officer as well, to keep equity at the focus of our climate and sustainability goals. So I encourage you to support this commission when it is brought back again for second reading. And I know that also many people are going to be speaking with you in the next item about housing and public camping ordinance. So I would like to also just highlight that housing and climate issues are really two sides of the same coin, that it's important for us to create empathetic and community-oriented policies that help us to work together as a community in all areas. And hopefully the Sustainability and Climate Commission can do one part of that, but we also need to do that in our housing and public camping rules. Thank you.
Thank you.
That completes testimony.
All right, why don't we have Vivian and Elaine come back up? I'm sure there's a couple of questions. I'll start with sort of a puffball one that you probably anticipate. So Jenny mentioned industry and development as being a key pressure on our climate sustainability goals, but she also noted that it wasn't necessarily one of the key groups. I assume it is incorporated in some manner. Can you give us a sense of how?
Yes, thank you for the question, Mayor.
That
Actually,
wasn't really my question. I can't take credit for it. It was really Jenny's.
I'm glad that Jenny was able to highlight it for you. As you may know, we've been working at BPS with the Clean Industry Hub to work directly with businesses to find a way to have this just transition, not only for the business sector itself, but also for the workers in that. We're actually kicking off an advisory group meeting in just a few short weeks here. We've been working to secure grants for that. Now, that's the Clean Industry Hub itself, but where is it reflected in the Sustainability and Climate Commission's focus areas? I do look forward to a way in which we can really knit that together, especially in the urban form, recognizing that industry, especially here in Portland, is not far off. It's actually directly in the heart of our city. We have a working waterfront here, and so that sort of urban form component and those businesses can be incorporated there.
Yeah, and just thinking, when Jenny asked the question, I was thinking, gosh, how have we done that in the past? And I think back to what now seems like a long, long time ago, although I think it was only 7 years ago, when we were working on Central City 2035 and Better Housing by Design and the residential infill project. And I'm thinking how, we both got advice at that point from community, but I'm thinking how this newer iteration, as re-envisioned, could have actually been even more informative to the work that we did then. So just sort of thinking of it through that frame, I think this is a really good step in the right direction here.
Thank you for that observation, Mayor Wheeler. I do want to be clear that the proposed Sustainability and Climate Commission will not address issues in Title 33 related to land use, and want to be careful to not recreate the same issues that we saw with the prior Planning and Sustainability.
100%. I feel like we did it.
Yeah, okay.
Not to say any box is permanently checked, but I hope we don't have to revisit that anytime soon. And I understand and underscore what you're saying about the intentionality of the separation here, which obviously I support.
Thank you.
Hi, thank you so much. It was a great presentation, and I appreciate the dialogue that the mayor just had with you about Jenny's question. I'm a firm believer in having that creative tension on the front end. It's going to show up eventually anyway, and so the more we can have that type of challenging conflicts, Portland avoids conflicts, and then things don't get done. So I think it's just really important to face that as much as you can early on. So I appreciate that dialogue. The other one came from a presenter, and it was good to see Ranfis here. We can all relate to wrestling with ties. YouTube has a really good way to remember how to do that. I think we all got lost the habit the last 5 years or so. But it's how we, PCEF is complements the work of the, will complement. But I kind of want to think more about that and hear what more thoughts that you have about how they will work together and where the decision-making authority will be, or how they complement. I'd like to hear more about how you think they'll complement one another.
Yeah, thank you very much for the question.
And just the distinguishing factors of their roles. Like it was the first thing I thought of when I saw this on the agenda.
Certainly, that's, I think, a front of mind for all of us when we think about climate action in the city. And the first body we think about who's currently working on that and guiding that, especially with its historic climate investment plan, is the work of the Portland Clean Energy Community Benefits Fund. So thank you for the question, Commissioner Ryan. As Remfis was able to illustrate, the Sustainability and Climate Commission and the Portland Clean Energy Fund and its oversight body have related charges in dealing with rising climate emissions in our city, but the Portland Clean Energy Fund has a really specific role to play in deliver and stewardship of a fund as well, and making sure that's really being infused in the community alongside community determined priorities that really reflect not just sources of GHG emissions, but community priorities and investments being made to historically underinvested in communities here in Portland. The Sustainability and Climate Commission charge is more broad, and as a body that will be setting the city's next climate action plan, has to encompass not just frontline communities, but also, as the mayor rightly pointed out, industry, businesses, all the different contributors to not just the problems that we currently have, but also be a part of the solution as well. And so I do imagine that joint meetings could be held, and as Ramfis illustrated, I think they would welcome the help and support from a body that's really looking broadly, and then PCEF is really narrowly focused in on the investments from the fund and also stewardship of that to be directly invested in with frontline communities.
Yeah, so thinking out loud with you right now, so if this committee would really focus on strategy and goals and plans, and then that would really help PCEF to know where those investments then could be targeted to get the population results that we deserve.
That's well articulated. Thank you for that. Yes.
I had a former life. Yeah. So when nonprofits bring their strategy to the philanthropic community, they appreciate that because then they can see what success looks like and can then make better decisions on those investments.
I believe so, yes.
Okay, so it's in that realm.
Yes, thank you.
Thanks.
That's any other questions? Good, great presentation, terrific testimony. With that, this is a first reading of a non-emergency ordinance. We won't be voting on it today. We will move to second reading. And Vivian, you said it'll be sometime in May.
We'll work with the council clerk to find the date.
Great, terrific. Thank you.
Thank you very
That
much.
completes this item. So colleagues, we have a time certain, not till 4 p.m. So we are in recess until 4 p.m. 2339, please.
Amend city code to update existing public camping restriction policies.
All right, welcome back, everyone. Our next item is an ordinance that seeks to address the city's ongoing challenges with unsheltered homelessness through clear and legally enforceable regulations concerning camping on public property. In 2021, the Oregon legislature passed House Bill 3115, which mandates that any city law regulating acts such as sitting, lying, sleeping, or keeping warm and dry outdoors on public property must be objectively reasonable in terms of time, place, and manner. This law was a call to action for localities to ensure that our policies are in alignment with state law. Last June, this council passed an ordinance to comply with House Bill 3115, adopting what we believe to be reasonable time, place, and manner regulations with respect to those experiencing unsheltered homelessness. This initial ordinance was met with a legal challenge and has been enjoined by the Multnomah County Circuit Court. One must assume that the court believed that we were too aggressive in our previous time, place, and manner restrictions. It became clear that our policies must both comply with state law, but also withstand judicial scrutiny here in Multnomah County. The injunction by the Multnomah County Circuit Court has led to the city of Portland currently having no enforceable camping regulations in city code. That's why it is critical that we adopt the ordinance that I'm proposing today. This ordinance introduces new regulations that define more clearly and publicly what constitutes camping and specify that camping is prohibited for individuals who have access to reasonable shelter or who decline an offer of such shelter. It emphasizes regulating the manner of camping on public property, and it reduces criminal sanctions in favor of promoting diversion programs. All it takes is one look at the situation on Portland streets to acknowledge that the status quo is not working as well as we would like it to. This ordinance was crafted with extensive feedback from legal experts to ensure its legality and enforceability. We have met with members of the district attorney's office to get their input. We have met with local law enforcement, including the Portland Police Bureau and the NERT team, who would be responsible for enforcing this ordinance. We even had the opportunity to have our legal counsel meet with the legal counsel representing those who advocated for the injunction against the city of Portland. We've taken great care to ensure that it aligns with both judicial expectations as well as public needs. This ordinance provides a clear and transparent framework to outreach workers, service providers, public safety responders, and indeed those who are impacted by homelessness on the streets, and to ensure that it is enforceable. Notification is also important. So this provides transparent council action. It gives us the opportunity to be clear about what the rules are and then work with those who have to enforce the rules, the Portland Police Bureau, those who have to prosecute under criminal conditions, the district attorney's office, those who work directly with the homeless population every day, including nonprofit providers, and most importantly, the homeless themselves, so that there is clarity for everybody about what the rules are. The urgency of this issue cannot be overstated. And again, I want to underscore that every day that we delay in implementing clear, reasonable regulations, we see the continued impact on our streets of our city, impacting not just those who are experiencing homelessness directly, but indeed every resident and every visitor to the city of Portland. Today, this council can show that Portland can lead with urgency and accountability to put in place clearly enforceable and legal regulations to manage our public spaces. The new regulations do the following. They clarify the definition of camping. They clarify the prohibition on camping for individuals who have reasonable shelter or who decline an offer of reasonable shelter. It focuses on regulating the manner by which camping may not be done on public property, and it reduces the criminal sanctions and replaces the warnings with a provision encouraging diversion. I believe that these new regulations are necessary, as they're likely to survive a legal challenge while also providing objectively reasonable regulations that can be enforced to help us improve the situation on our streets. Today, this council can show that Portland can lead with that urgency and that accountability. Now, I'd like to welcome my senior policy advisor, Skylar Brocker-Knapp, and City Attorney Robert Taylor to share a brief presentation of the ordinance. And just by way of run of show, we'll hear the presentation. I believe my colleagues have some amendments that they would like to offer. We'll hear those amendments, and then ultimately we'll hear from the public. And I understand there's quite a few people signed up who'd like to have the opportunity to testify today. Please plan your remarks to be within 2 minutes. That's the same that the legislature gives. Because there are so many people here today, and because we want to get to the full deliberations today, we would ask you to keep your remarks within 2 minutes. And with that, I'll ask staff to come on up and give their presentation. Thanks and welcome.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. Is the presentation ready? Perfect, thank you. We're just going to give a brief presentation, and then we'll take, I think, testimony, and then we'll be available for questions as well. I think Robert's going to get us started.
Next slide, please. My name is Robert Taylor. I'm the Portland City Attorney, and I just want to give a very brief legal overview of where we have been and where we are today. So in 2018, the Ninth Circuit issued its opinion in Martin versus Boise. And that case set out an Eighth Amendment principle that cities ever since have been wrestling with as far as their camping regulations go. In 2021, House Bill 3115 was passed by the Oregon legislature in an effort to put the requirements of Martin versus Boise into state law. House Bill 3115 requires all cities and counties to ensure that their public camping ordinances are objectively reasonable as to the time, place, and manner with regards to persons experiencing homelessness. And that builds on the decision in Martin, which suggested that cities could adopt reasonable time, place, manner regulations for folks experiencing homelessness. The operative date of that state law was July 1st, 2023. And last summer, the city passed a time, place, manner regulation that we believed complied with Martin versus Boise and also complied with House Bill 3115. We faced a lawsuit from the Oregon Law Center based on that time, place, manner regulation, and we were enjoined by the Multnomah County Circuit Court. We had hoped to get some explanation from the court. We did not get that. We then took that decision to the Oregon Supreme Court and asked the Oregon Supreme Court to direct the lower court to provide the reasons for the injunction. The Oregon Supreme Court declined to do that, which has left us in a position where we still need to comply with 3115, make sure our city code complies with that state law, and we do not have clear direction from the court to do that. At the same time, I know many people have seen and read in the newspaper that the U.S. Supreme Court heard a case just this week on this same issue. And that's the Johnson versus Grants Pass case. That was an extension of Martin versus Boise. And the U.S. Supreme Court heard oral arguments on Monday. And we expect a decision in that case this summer. So there's a lot going on here legally. The other thing I would like to just add is I mentioned that we got the lawsuit from the Oregon Law Center. We have also faced litigation on the other side of this issue from folks making claims under the American Disabilities Act, wanting our sidewalks to be clear. Based on my view of both of those cases, I was present for the injunction hearing where the Oregon Law Center made their arguments. And based on what I heard at that court hearing, I believe that the manor regulations would in fact satisfy their concerns and pass legal muster in front of the Multnomah County Circuit Court. Now our office has talked to them about the proposal that was put forward by the mayor. They understand they're currently in litigation. They're taking no position on this at all. I think they want to, which makes sense to me. And I think they want to see how this goes, and they want to evaluate what the final product is. But I just want to be clear, we have spoken with them, but they are not taking any position on this. The other thing is on the ADA lawsuit. Mr. DiLorenzo, who many of you know, handled that case for the plaintiffs. Based on my conversations with him, I believe that the manor regulations proposed by the mayor would help address those concerns that they have raised in that litigation and that we are required to implement as part of our settlement with those plaintiffs. So based on all of those legal considerations, the mayor asked our office to please draft an amendment to the city code that would repeal the previous code that has been enjoined and replace it with something new that we believe would pass legal muster and help steer us through those competing pieces of litigation and legal disputes. We believe we've done that with the mayor's proposal, and I'm happy to answer any questions about that, and Skye will help walk you through what's in the mayor's proposal.
Thanks, Robert. For the record, Skylar Rucker-Knapp, a Senior Policy Advisor for the Mayor. Next slide, please. Thank you. So as Robert mentioned, this revised ordinance includes some new provisions. So I'm going to walk you through some of those. You might recall a few of these from last summer and the time, place, manner ordinance that was passed by council. So in this new ordinance, if a person has access to reasonable alternative shelter, they cannot camp on public property or the public right-of-way. This ordinance defines what reasonable alternate shelter is. For example, that would include somebody with a disability who would need ADA access to a shelter space, for example. If reasonable alternative shelter is not available, a person may not camp in the following manners at any time. So to clarify, just for folks who might not be reading this directly or just listening, if you are offered reasonable alternative shelter, then if you need to take it or if you do not take it, then you could be subject to enforcement. And if there is not reasonable alternative shelter, you still need to adhere to these manner restrictions that I'm going to go through in detail. So beginning with, you cannot obstruct access to the pedestrian use zone. So that's the part of the sidewalk that people use regularly. We'll see a diagram on the next slide, but basically the part of the sidewalk that we traverse, or private property or businesses that are adjacent to the public right-of-way. So you cannot obstruct the ingress or egress to a private property or a business, and you cannot obstruct the sidewalk. That adheres to the ADA lawsuit that Robert was mentioning, kind of that litigation and that settlement agreement. You cannot start or maintain any fire or use a gas heater in and around a campsite. Next slide, please. You cannot assemble, disassemble, sell, offer to sell, distribute, offer to distribute, or store multiple bicycles or automobiles. Colloquially, this is more known as the bike or vehicle chop shop kind of clause. So multiple vehicle parts or bike parts kind of in and around a campsite. You will see on the bottom right side of the screen, the pedestrian through zone is kind of that dark blue area where folks are walking. So that main part of the sidewalk that I was mentioning earlier. You also cannot camp on property marked no trespassing by the city. This would include, for example, Bureau of Environmental Services property, kind of natural areas that are marked no trespassing, Water Bureau property, for example, with a water station, that kind of thing. You cannot set up any type of permanent or temporary fixture or structure of any material in or upon public property or public rights of way. So, for example, this would be anything constructed or maintained with building materials, something that's a semi-permanent kind of structure, not a tent, but something a little more permanent and more of a permanent structure than a tent. You also cannot alter the infrastructure, or dig soils, or cause environmental damage or damage trees. So, for example, wouldn't be able to dig or tunnel under infrastructure. We have seen that a few times. We deal with folks digging into different parts of property, kind of along highways, or that would be natural areas. Also, cutting down trees, something of that regard would not be allowed. You also can only store personal belongings or other objects within or around the tent, only 2 feet around the tent. So you will see that diagram on the upper right-hand corner showing 2 feet in circumference around the tent or temporary structure. Next slide, please. All of these manner restrictions are things that are not allowed. So even if you are camping outside on public property and there is no reasonable alternative shelter, you would still need to adhere to all of those manner restrictions and those rules. The enforcement of those manner restrictions within the city would be handled by the Street Services Coordination Center in conjunction with the Portland Police Bureau Neighborhood Response Team. So these are teams that already work within the city to connect folks to shelter, work especially with homeless individuals living outside with our city outreach teams, and they coordinate every day to try to connect individuals to services, different shelter opportunities, housing, or whatever they might need. Those folks, the neighborhood response team officers, would be able to issue a fine of up to $100 and up to 7 days in jail if someone were not to comply with these manner restrictions. They are specifically trained and work with these individuals on a daily basis, and we've been in deep conversation with these teams, and I actually lead these teams through the mayor's office through an emergency declaration. The post-citation diversion that the mayor mentioned in his remarks was designed in conjunction with the policy team in the district attorney's office. We are encouraging, and they have spoken about connecting individuals to treatment, shelter, services, instead of prosecuting some of these cases. So we're working actively with them on that as well, and that's why that diversion clause was included in the ordinance. We will continue to work with the DA's office as well as the Multnomah County Court offices, and we've been in conversation with them as well. Next slide, please. Different communication items will be presented on a website page as well as printed handouts. So you all might recall last summer when we passed the Time, Place, Manner ordinance, we printed trifold brochures that were water resistant and passed out about 5,000 of those to folks on the street. We worked with outreach teams. We worked with the joint office warehouse that hands out supplies, and we handed out those printed materials to really inform folks of those different rules, those different restrictions. We will do the same thing again if this ordinance were to pass, and we will make sure that all of those rules and restrictions are transparently communicated to the community. We will also have 311 as a resource. We have communicated some initial description and remarks to them to share with the community for those who have questions. We will continue to engage directly with them and ensure that their operators have information about the ordinance and all of the restrictions that are within it. We also will do and have done outreach, including all the teams that I mentioned. The impact reduction program will still be working in its typical fashion. They do the posting and removals of campsites. They also work with Clean Start through Central City Concern. We'll make sure all of those teams are well informed of whatever council decides for camping restrictions. We'll also work with Portland Street Response and the chat team, as we have through this 90-day fentanyl emergency, for example, to continue to coordinate daily with different updates and revisions to any kind of code enforcement. We will continue also to work with the Joint Office of Homeless Services. I personally am on a call every week on Friday mornings with a bunch of outreach teams, probably about 50 people who do the outreach within this community and partner with the Joint Office of Homeless Services. I will also be presenting to their outreach work group that they host every week regarding whatever council decides in terms of the ordinance's restrictions. We will also coordinate, obviously, with community-based organizations. I mentioned Central City Concern and folks who we partner with and contract with, as well as those partners in the community that we do outreach with. Again, for example, under the fentanyl emergency, we're working with the Mental Health and Addiction Association of Oregon, with Volunteers of America, and with a lot of other partners who would be engaged with outreach on the streets. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we get into amendments, colleagues, I understand that there are some amendments that are being proposed. Commissioner Rubio, do you want to go first?
Sure. So, should I just straight up do the amendments, or can I make a comment before?
You can do either.
All right. So, thank you, Mayor. Earlier this year, I stated on the record that my hope was that we find another way forward and that we can repeal the current policy that's in legal question and replace it with something that will ensure a more humane solution while still meeting the intent of the policy, especially for our community members with disabilities, and one that will stand up to judicial scrutiny. And I believe the mayor's proposal achieves much of what I had hoped to achieve with that idea. And I'm pleased to learn about the collaboration that went into place when drafting this version of the ordinance, from engaging with shelter providers and law enforcement, and also with our office. So I appreciate that, and thank you. However, I believe that our city's values must also be at the heart and center of our goal today, to ensure that Portlanders understand the city's intent when it is implementing this manor ordinance. So to that end, I'm offering an amendment that maintains our values at the heart of this implementation question, and also one that highlights the responsibility that the city council owes the public, utmost transparency when the liberty of an individual is at stake. So I move to amend the ordinance to add a new whereas clause and add a new directive. A final whereas clause should be added as follows. Numeral 10. The City Council also finds that transparency is an imperative aspect to the enforcement of this ordinance and seeks to ensure it is not being disproportionately enforced through appropriate data collection and reporting. A new Directive D should be added as follows. Letter D, the Portland Police Bureau shall provide quarterly aggregated data updates to council related to the number of arrests, demographics of arrested individuals, and frequency of the arrests pursuant to the city code provisions set forth in Exhibit A. These updates should be made in a form easily accessible to the public. So my goal with that amendment is to ensure that we're tracking how this ordinance is being implemented by the Police Bureau, such that on a quarterly basis, the public can see how this is working, but also at the heart of it, ensuring transparency and implementation.
Very good. And Commissioner, could I just ask a follow-up question before I ask for a second? This is the amendment that was previously filed, is that correct?
Yes.
So the one I have this morning is current?
The same.
Okay, very good. Is there a second for Commissioner Rubio? Commissioner Rubio moves Rubio 1, Commissioner Maps seconds Rubio 1, and we will leave the amendments open until after public testimony, if that's all right.
That's fine.
Very good. Commissioner Rubio, do you have other?
No, that concludes.
Commissioner Gonzalez, I understand you have amendments, is that correct?
I do.
Very good.
But I want to be clear, though. I think I was next only because of the submittal date at the time. So if there's reason to I'm open to the order we go. I think there was a conflicting message as to what order we would go in.
Can I make a proposal? I think my amendment is pretty straightforward. Maybe, could I put it forward?
Commissioner Maps?
Yeah.
It
sounds like
Go
some
ahead.
Commissioner
space.
Gonzalez.
I have no objection.
Okay,
Perfect.
great.
Good.
Thank you.
Commissioner Maps.
And colleagues, here I'm offering an amendment today. I hope it's fairly straightforward. The point of this amendment is to make sure that the time, place, and manner ordinance that we pass today or next week or the week after next works with our new form of government. We all know that on January 1st, 2025, Portlanders will wake up to a new form of government and a new city council. And in that new form of government, council will be responsible for setting policy, and the mayor and the city administrator will be responsible for implementing this policy. One of the things that concerns me is that in that new form of government, in this important policy space, how do we help our houseless neighbors, the folks who are making policy and the people who are implementing policy don't actually come together and have a dialogue. And so what I'm suggesting with this ordinance or this amendment is a pretty straightforward coordinating mechanism so that folks in the executive branch have an opportunity to provide counsel, provide the mayor with feedback on what it would mean or how to optimize the implementation of our houselessness policies. They'll make a recommendation to the mayor, and the mayor can then move forward should he or she want and bring some proposals for amendments to our time, place, and manner ordinance to council, who will be ultimately responsible for passing policy in this space. So that's the intuitive goal that I'm trying to achieve here. And if I were to place that into formal language, and here's where the clerk and the lawyers should start to pay attention, I move to add a new Portland City Code section 14A.50.180 to the mayor's proposal in Exhibit A, and amend Directive B of the ordinance to include a reference to the new section 14A.50.18. The Public Environment Executive Team is comprised of the mayor, city administrator, deputy city administrators, and other executive branch employees designated by the mayor who have responsibility for programs and services related to houselessness and unsanctioned public camping. The Public Environment Executive Team shall review policy proposals related to homelessness and unsanctioned public camping. The Public Environment Executive Team will regularly report to the mayor on the legal and policy developments regarding homelessness and unsanctioned camping, and shall propose to the mayor amendments to city code based on such developments, which the mayor at their discretion may choose to introduce for consideration by council. May I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Commissioner Gonzalez seconds. Commissioner Maps moves Maps number 1.
Okay.
Commissioner Gonzalez,
Yes.
you're up.
So encampments are bringing too much chaos to the city of Portland. Too much violence, too much self-destruction, too much harm to our natural areas. From the early 80s until 2023, the city of Portland had a blanket ban on camping in the city, punishable by jail time or fines. This code helped protect the city from encampments and the collateral damage that came with it. It didn't solve homelessness or eliminate every encampment, but it was a tool to manage our public spaces. Simply put, the city of Portland was a better place for all Portlanders when we enforced this blanket camping code. A number of forces have eroded our ability to protect the city with this code. Lawsuits locally and across the Ninth Circuit, including Martin versus Boise. State legislation, specifically House Bill 3115, passed in 2021. But also, at times, a lack of political commitment to address encampments. Last year, Mayor Wheeler's team proposed amendments to the camping code to comply with House Bill 3115. The code we adopted was complicated, difficult to understand. It took months just to put together a map of its requirements. It also took a different approach than many of our neighboring jurisdictions. Despite these realities, There was no appetite for collaboration or refinement from Mayor Wheeler's office to consider alternatives. A majority of this council voted to support Mayor Wheeler's proposal. I voted to support it in the hopes that it would accelerate solutions and finally intervene with the crisis on our streets. Despite what we were advised on the legality, the amended code did not lead to further enforcement. We have been enjoined by County Circuit Court. More importantly, we have not been provided any guidance from a judicial source on what changes are necessary to comply with House Bill 3115. We have a number of procedural concerns with the development of the mayor's proposal this year, as well as what he brought to council last year. In the interest of time, we will forego those details here. But I would like to highlight my office's substantive concerns with Mayor Wheeler's proposal. 1, overly complicated code. 2, lack of sufficient protections for schools and childcare centers. 3, lack of alignment with our neighboring jurisdictions. 4, it implies that unsanctioned encampments are permitted in some circumstances in Portland. This is a terrible message for our city, particularly when many of our neighboring municipalities speak with their words and deeds that encampments are not welcome. Most fatal, codification of poorly constructed and potentially fluid Boise and House Bill 3115 requirements and leaving the mess for future government to sort out enforcement. The code is based on a bad legal foundation that was heavily scrutinized by the Supreme Court, that looks likely to shift as early as this summer with the Supreme Court decision in Johnson versus Grant Pass. Adding aspects that make the code more difficult to enforce, including hard to prove knowing requirement and the divergence requirements that will make enforcement more difficult, imposing a requirement that we ascertain availability of shelter before enforcing. In other settings, the city of Portland has strenuously argued that it is too difficult for the city to prove, much less ascertain, the availability of sufficient shelter. To codify a requirement it may not be able to meet is a mistake. Today, we propose an alternative that matches our neighbors to the east. It's based on the Gresham model that dictates a total ban on unsanctioned camping with penalties specified in code and delegates rulemaking power under the executive. I am proposing an amended approach to allow Portland's executive branch the tools they need to confront encampments, to comply with relevant federal rulings and state laws, and allow flexibility in a changing legal environment. We know that public opinion among Portlanders is divided, but a majority strongly want the end or confrontation to unsanctioned camping. We know that public opinion has shifted on decriminalization of poisonous drugs, and our state legislature acted in the short session. To me, it makes sense for our city code to allow for flexibility, that rather than tying our hands in how to adjust to a rapidly shifting legal structure. So all of this being said, my amendments are clear. Unsanctioned camping is not allowed in the city of Portland. Exceptions to this ban can be made by the mayor or designee as necessary to comply with state and federal law, including House Bill 3115. My amendments have the support of the community, hundreds of residents who have submitted written testimony in support, and many residents who are here today to testify. What you see in our collective amendments or substitution is a collaborative effort. I work closely with the city attorney's office in drafting, the Office of Government Relations, incorporate perspectives of law enforcement, members of the Oregon State Bar, my council colleagues, and have incorporated the perspective into my collective amendments here in the substitute we are going to submit. I have made a number of updates since first circulating our proposal, and I want to highlight those all here. I've incorporated the transparency concepts proposed by Commissioner Rubio. I've incorporated a public environment executive team concept proposed by Commissioner Mapps. Yesterday, we heard concerns through the press from Mayor Wheeler about transparency and rulemaking under the executive. While he chose to articulate those concerns to the press and not directly to my office, we have now included clear parameters for rulemaking, following best practices for transparency and community engagement. We have also removed criminal sanction in our latest version to match the penalties set forth by Gresham, We have done this in response to colleagues' comments in the hopes of finding broader support for the code language. We have also done it to match what our biggest neighbor to the east does, so that there's consistent rules and consistent ramifications across our broader metropolitan area. In summary, our proposal is as follows. Through City Council, in its legislative function, the city broadly bans camping in the city. We align with our immediate neighbors to the east, allows the executive branch to adjust rules to reflect needs on the ground and shifting legal environment. That being said, I move to amend the ordinance as detailed in the proposed amendments posted online to the council agenda. I also move to substitute Exhibits A and B with the versions posted online to the council agenda.
So I'm looking at Gonzalez 1 and Gonzalez 2 as posted. But is that what you're moving, what's actually posted online?
It is the version that is online, as I believe is Gonzalez version 3.
Okay, I don't have Gonzalez version 3. I've not seen it. Has legal counsel seen version 3?
I have. There was version 2 was posted on there earlier today, and maybe for clarification for the clerk, what time was the version 3 is on there now, I believe, and was posted before the hearing.
Right, it was posted after 2 p.m.
Okay.
After 2 p.m.
After 2, I thought it was before 2 p.m.
We convened at 2 p.m. for council.
Right, my office received the version 3 and we posted it when we received it.
Okay, well, I haven't seen it, so does somebody want to put it in the record?
What would be the most efficient way to do that, Caitlin, at this point? Did I achieve that by my reference, or do you need something else to?
I would suggest we briefly make sure that every member of council has a copy of it, and then you can move to amend by reference to that document that everybody has in front of them, just to make sure they all have it.
Am I the only one who doesn't have it, or does everybody else have it?
I got it after 2 p.m., so I didn't have a chance to read it.
Okay, I'm happy if people want to move it, but I need a written copy so I can actually read it before we discuss it. So Commissioner Gonzalez moves Gonzalez 3. Is there a second?
Second.
Commissioner Ryan seconds. And if somebody could print off a copy, I'd appreciate it.
Do we need to do the ordinance and then?
I believe it's all one package.
Okay.
Yeah.
The substitute.
It's all one motion. It's properly been made and seconded. We will now open the public testimony, and then folks can have a chance to look at it before the vote.
I know we have a busy,
Commissioner Maps.
I know we have a busy. We got lots of people signed up to testify, but it's just going to be a late night, folks. It just is. Commissioner, and I appreciate the dialogue that's happened amongst council offices and in the public and in the press and with staff around this space. And amendments, as we just heard, have evolved a lot, even over the course of this afternoon, they've evolved. Commissioner Gonzalez, especially while we're just waiting for the amendments to show up in printed form, can you give me an intuitive sense of how what you were proposing is different from the mayor's original ordinance?
I think the fundamental components are the legislative branch, this council, clearly commits to banning camping in the city of Portland. Unequivocal. There is also a recognition of House Bill 3115, certain extent, Boise, so long as its shadow hangs on us, interfere with the city's ability to fully enforce that. So it authorizes the mayor or their designee to set forth the rules under which it can enforce that camping ban. So, for example, the manner restrictions that are in the mayor's proposed, those can all be done by rule if the mayor so chooses. It also allows those to adjust without having to go through a full legislative process. Partially in response to concerns about the transparency that might be involved in that, we have also, one of the changes today is added a rulemaking process akin to how PBOT makes rules. And so you provide notice, except for in a case of emergency, you give people the opportunity to provide comment, you have a hearing if it's warranted. In the case of emergency rules, there's also a mechanism that you can impose immediate rules, but you have a time frame by which you have to have a public process to continue to go forward with the rules. So it's, from my vantage point, it's based on the best rulemaking concepts we have in the existing code. I've discussed with City Attorney Robert Taylor, the need maybe in the future that we have clear code language on rulemaking, because in the new form of the government, both the mayor and the chief administrative officer have explicit charter authorities set rules. So there may be space before the year's out that we set up a process that applies to all rulemaking inside the executive. But for now, we looked for the best rulemaking mechanism we could find and have incorporated that. And again, in partial to what we understood was Mayor Wheeler's concerns about transparency and process.
Thank you. That's helpful. And I appreciate how comprehensive your proposal is, and it gathers up ideas that I propose, Rubio's proposed, and other just best practices that are out there. I think one of the things I'm trying to hone in on as we have this conversation is, what's the important thing that you're really trying to accomplish with this?
Yeah.
I know you're passionate about this. I'm trying to figure out what is the important thing that you kind of want to see written into ordinance?
Flexibility as a legal environment shifts. I think that it was a mistake in hindsight to codify in such detail what we thought House Bill 3115 is requiring.
Okay.
Other jurisdictions have opted not to go with such a, including the city of Gresham, such a specific enumeration. It's too hard to understand, and it's too slow to adjust to realities on the ground. I also would hearken to our experience with the drug ban. Last year, we very clearly said, as in our legislative function, we wanted outdoor drugs consumption to end in the city of Portland in response to Portland residents. It was not the only factor, but was a factor influencing our state legislature to revisit Measure 110. And I think House Bill 3115 is a major problem for all municipalities, including the city of Portland. I think if we speak clearly that we want unsanctioned encampments to end in the city of Portland, that creates a clear message to the state legislature. This is something we need to tackle.
Okay. And there's one other, I'm going to turn to legal counsel over here in a minute to get their reflections on what you're trying to achieve here. One other thing which I think emerged certainly within the last 24 hours, which kind of surprised me in your ordinance, is your amendment calls to remove criminal penalties?
It does.
So in some ways that's more lenient than the mayor's proposal. That strikes me as, I'm surprised by that. Help me understand it.
Well, I think when we're looking at what motivates people to enroll in services, what motivates folks to make different choices, whether to go to home, to go to another jurisdiction, to enroll in services, I don't think anyone has a clear understanding what's going to motivate a particular individual to make healthier life choices, assuming services are available, which is a big assumption. So the question of criminality became it was a bone of contention for some on council to clearly criminalize. Gresham seems to be having reasonable success without criminalizing. And again, you're facing a civil penalty, but the reality is I don't think any of us in this room know with certainty what is going to motivate the most, the folks that are currently service resistant to make different choices. And it may be that we have to come back in a few months and revisit that. We'll have clarity on who the next DA is. We'll have clarity as to what the county looks like. And it's very important on this point, because regardless of what we approve, You still have to have a DA that supports prosecution. You still have to have a jail. If you criminalize, you still have to have a jail that would actually book people for those criminal offenses. Otherwise, we get into this vicious circle of, even if we fully authorize the police to intervene and to arrest for outdoor camping, I think that's going to be excessively rare. But even if you did that, if the DA is not going to prosecute and the county jail isn't going to book them, it's all for naught. Right. So I guess there's a level of humbleness in not really knowing if that criminal piece is worth the juice worth the squeeze to get to that final piece. I simply don't know. And looking across the city of Portland, the state of Oregon, you see variance on that. I will say law enforcement is always going to want to have the ability to do criminal intervention. The flip side, they also want political clarity from this council. And I think it's more important that we say we want to end encampments in the city of Portland, provide police and others clear direction. That's where we want to go. We want people to get services. We want them to enroll in what we've offered. But that's the trade-off. Is it the stick or is it the clear political message? And I've opted here for the clear political message, the clear policy statement. We want encampments to end. That is not under all circumstances to the extent we can make that happen.
Okay. And Robert, so we've heard our colleague express what he's trying to achieve here. And I think if I were to boil down what I heard from Commissioner Gonzalez, I think he wants to make a clear statement that camping is banned in Portland, except when it's not because of rules from the feds or the state. And he wants to build in flexibility about how our time, place, and manner, I think, rules are implemented.
How they're adjusted with changing legal environment.
How they're adjusted. Can you give me your professional opinion? Or does that proposal raise any concerns for you? Or what should I be thinking about as a policymaker here who has to vote on this in a bit?
I've given my thoughts to Commissioner Gonzalez on that, and I'd be happy to share those. I think we have worked closely with his office to help try to meet the policy goals in a way that reduces the risk as much as possible. If you're asking as I said in the beginning presentation, we were tasked by the mayor to come up with something that we thought could be enforced, that would survive legal scrutiny. What is in the mayor's proposal is what we think will do that with the minimal amount of legal risk.
Could I ask a follow-up question on that?
Sure.
And Robert, just to be clear, that was what you were tasked with in 2023, correct?
That's what I was asked to do after the Oregon Supreme Court refused to give us some direction.
Let me rephrase the question. The directive to the city attorney's office when we passed the original ordinance was also to come up with something that would pass legal muster.
It was, and I believe it did.
But at this point in time, just to be clear, we are unable to enforce what your office thought was enforceable a year ago.
Well, and our office still thinks it's enforceable. The question is, do we want to fight about that point for another 2 years in court? And I think the mayor's direction was, if the Oregon Supreme Court's not going to help us, and the Multnomah County Circuit Court's not going to help us and give us any direction, and they're going to leave it up to us, city attorney, tell us what you think is going to pass legal scrutiny now so we can enforce now. And that's what we have prepared in this proposal. I think your proposal, as it's drafted and as we have helped you do it, really does capture those policy goals that you have enumerated. And we will happily defend and enforce whatever the council chooses to do. That's our job. And we have helped with both of these proposals. I'm proud of the work of my office helping with both of those proposals. But I just wanted to be candid about our work and our assessment.
Thank you. I'm sure we're going to.
Could I also just jump in
Yeah.
on that point for a moment? I appreciate the dialogue, so thank you. My goal wasn't to win the race. My goal was to start the race. And at present, we do not have a legally enforceable ordinance on the books at all. And so, to use another sort of crappy analogy to build on the first one, as I've said to all of you for I think the last 6 to 8 weeks, we're trying to put the Christmas tree in the living room. We can hang the ornaments on it later. If circumstances change, we can always have the council come back and vote to change any aspect of this. What I'm trying to do is get a baseline ordinance in place that we believe is meeting the current legal standards. And we have 2 current legal standards that we have to meet. The first is still Martin v. Boise. And while having watched a very spirited debate on the Supreme Court the other day, which frankly I hope everybody watches, it's 150 very interesting minutes. We suspect that Martin v. Boise will be overturned unless they simply say, we're not interested in discussing this any further, and they remand it back, which is also a possibility. House Bill 3115, however, is very clear in terms of what is required. It says you need to have reasonably objective standards in your time, place, and manner ordinances if you wish to enforce a no camping ban in your jurisdiction. So, I guess if I were going to ask a legal question, it would be, how does a blanket ban on homelessness comport with state law?
Yeah, and as developed by Commissioner Gonzalez in his proposal, the concept is the code prohibits camping unless otherwise specified by the mayor.
But what if the mayor doesn't specify, or what if the court speculates that the mayor might not?
Well,
it's vague. The only thing that's in black and white is a blanket ban. That's what's in the ordinance.
And the way the Commissioner Gonzalez's proposal is designed is that the blanket ban in the code would then be subject to the rulemaking by the executive. There is an extensive notice and comment rulemaking process that's provided. And based on those rules, then we could be subject to a challenge depending on what those rules are. But I think
So the ordinance doesn't go into effect until that extensive, lengthy rulemaking process is completed?
Well, yes, you would want to make sure that those rules were adopted before you began enforcing, yes.
Just to be clear, there's an emergency rule provision concept in there. So you can put in place temporary rules and as an emergency, and you just have to come back and go through a process at some point.
Correct, thank you.
Commissioner
Can I ask my
Rubio.
question? Okay, so I appreciate the conversations that's happening, the questions. My question, are we still asking questions here, or are we just having our open conversation?
We can do both.
Okay.
This is a good discussion. Let's keep it going.
Okay.
And for those of you waiting to testify, I promise we will get to you. We're prepared to stay as long as we need to get through everybody, but let's strike while the iron's hot.
So, Commissioner Gonzalez, regarding the blanket prohibition, if it's not clear to me then what kind of manner and place and time prohibitions would be expected. So how would this be clear to folks to know what kind of conduct constitutes a violation if there was one? So can you help me understand that?
Sure. So again, the city code currently contemplates a number of areas rulemaking by either bureau leads or in some cases commissioners have that authority under the existing code. Those rules need to be published and accessible and understood and need to be clearly communicated. So, one scenario is Mayor Wheeler takes the exact manner restrictions that he's proposed here as soon as this passes, publishes them, goes through the full communication plan outlined by Skyr, as nothing prohibits that. And that's probably best practices. In and frankly, I think it's required at some level in what we propose, that you clearly publish the rules, they have to be communicated, and there's some, and if he does it on an emergency basis, which he would have the potential to do, he'd have to come back after a certain number of days and go through a public process to keep those as the current rules.
So there might be a time lag.
It depends on if he so chose to exercise his emergency rulemaking rights there. That would be somewhat that would be in his discretion or his designee.
So I'm also thinking through, like, if there was another kind of, like, let's say, like, do you remember when Occupy Portland was here? So using that example, how would this apply to that then, that situation?
Let's assume for a second.
Don't have any rules written down beforehand.
Let's assume for a second that the mayor adopts the manner restrictions as rules. So exactly what's proposed today, that the mayor's, in the original mayor proposal, he adopts those as rules. Then my question's back to Robert. So if you had an Occupy event, would that be prohibited by the prescriptions set forth by in Mayor Wheeler's proposal? And I say that because, again, I'm assuming you just take the manner restrictions he's proposed, you drop those in the rules. So substantively, they're the same. I don't know what the answer is under his manner restrictions, whether an Occupy event would be prohibited or not.
Well, under that specific example, those events happened in parks, and the amendments we're talking about today are separate and apart from the Title 20 and the code that regulates parks. That includes the park closure rules, the no structures in parks, and the garbage in parks. And those are all still on the books. Those would still all be enforced. I think in your hypothetical, it's harder because obviously there's First Amendment type issues you have to be concerned about, and we would want to evaluate that based on the facts we're seeing on the ground. But I think, it really does matter what the rules are that are ultimately adopted by the mayor, because that's what's going to inform the enforcement.
Right, but going in, like, if this were to happen tomorrow and we didn't have rules in place, there would still then be the time lag to know what's enforceable and not enforceable.
Yeah, I think it could be difficult to know. I think that's one of the benefits of putting something in the code now that clearly prohibits the conduct, whether it's the manner regulation or not. And so, for example, in that situation, let's say it's folks that don't have an alternative place to go, but they're blocking the sidewalks or they're blocking access to businesses. Under the mayor's proposal, that would be prohibited. We could go and enforce that immediately, and there wouldn't be a lag for waiting for the rules to be developed. Commissioner Gonzalez correctly identifies in his proposal that there are emergency provisions, so emergency rules could be adopted. So if the situation was an emergency, you could do that. But I think from an authority perspective, it's our belief in the city attorney's office that having the clear rules in the code is better from an enforcement perspective.
Can I just clarify on the timing? So we have 2 amendments to the mayor's proposed right now, even before, we've got 3 proposed, but so I don't want to be too precise, but assuming you had an Occupy event tomorrow, this code wouldn't be effective. Even the mayor's proposal would I mean, at earliest, it would be effective 3 weeks from now, because we don't meet next week, and I don't know what the timeline. I just want to make sure we're following through the hypothetical correctly.
Yeah, I mean, we're not equipped for an Occupy event tomorrow. So
regardless of which
package is passed. To your point about when would this be effective? So right now it's a non-emergency ordinance, so it will be effective 30 days after passage. This is just the first reading, so it's going to have to come back for a second reading. So it would be 30 days from that final passage is when it would be effective.
I just have another follow-up question because it made me think about also the law enforcement side of the same hypothetical, or even, in general, what we're talking about. And it's actually a question for you, Skylar, and then also Commissioner Gonzalez, in terms of how will the police be trained then in these two different, what are the differences in approach when it comes to training so the officers know how to engage with a policy like that? And I guess it's a question for both, but I'll start with you.
Yeah. So we've already kind of started that process. Obviously, we had discussions prior to last summer's passage of that time, place, manner ordinance, developed standard operating procedures, worked closely with relevant police precincts and different offices within the police bureau and the training dean as well. And so we will do that same process. We've already started those processes to ensure that they know all the different elements of enforcement. So we do that with any policy or city code change, and then develop those standard operating procedures as well. So what I mentioned about the neighborhood response team would just ensure that a narrow scope within the police bureau of enforcement. So only certain teams that are normally engaging with the folks who are living outside, folks who are living unsheltered, would be enforcing those policies in conjunction with the Street Services Coordination Center and our city outreach team. So they already work together every day. They already coordinate every day. But that coordination would continue, and this would be just another piece of that puzzle.
So they've been, so they're aware of this, that it's coming, and trained, and so they would be ready to understand it once, if it were to pass.
Yes. So we've been engaging with them, and then we will continue to do so to develop those standard operating procedures if it were to pass.
So Commissioner Rubio, I think there's no difference whether it's done by administrative rules or it's done in code. If substantively it's the same, you still would train the police with the same SOPs. I think it all depends on what the mayor would adopt as rules, but if it's the same rules that are in his proposed code language, I don't think there's any difference in the training.
Commissioner Rubio, can I ask a follow-up? I'm glad this question came up. Question for Commissioner Gonzalez. Under your amendment, I'm not quite sure I understand why or how the cops get involved at all, because you strip out the criminal penalties. So is there?
Yeah, that's a good question. So if we follow the Gresham model, their expectation is always outreach workers first. I mean, I envision that we're still trying to do that here, that it's PSR, it's chat, it's county, it's other outreach workers are all the first attempt to intervene on camping. Outside of particularly, unique campsites that are really bad, then we need to maybe do something more quickly, but that's the model. It's alternative police first. You can't, if someone won't move, they don't accept services, then that's when police would intervene. And I think there's not a real difference there. There are going to be slight differences in what tools a police officer can use in that situation when it's a violation versus a crime. So that does impact how they potentially respond. However, our problem with encampments, it's almost never just the camp, right? It's outdoor drug use, it's evidence of stolen bicycles, it's public defecation and urination. I mean, there's all these other things that come from encampments. So that's sort of the internal debate is how much the criminality of camping really matters in that situation. What they do need is clarity from us that we want encampments cleaned up. That's very important, including these adjacent pieces.
Great. Thank you very much.
Could I speak as police commissioner for a moment?
Sure.
Yeah, if there's no crime, the police aren't going to be involved, just to be clear.
That makes sense to me. And we have stripped out, at least with Gonzalez's amendment, as I understand it, strips basically, I think even your amendment has some criminal, or the mayor's proposal, ironically here, I think, the mayor's proposal on time, place, and manner contains some criminal penalties. Commissioner Gonzalez has stripped those out. So I think under Gonzalez's ordinance, in theory, we would not see the cops involved in managing time, place, and manner issues.
I just had one more question.
Sure, I
anyway,
apologize,
yeah.
Commissioner Rubio.
So, also, and again, I haven't read it, so I'm assuming if, so the blanket provision or the blanket policy that you're proposing, you know, in the original one, we talked about diversion and the opportunity for diversion. So does that mean that that would not be an option then, as written right now?
I think it's almost inverted, right? So the initial outreach is going to be an outreach worker, or PSR, or chat. And so the concept of diversion is you have some police intervention or criminal justice intervention, and instead of going to jail or going a further step in the judicial process, you're diverted out of it. And so this is assuming that the front interaction, at least with respect to camping, not the other behaviors, and I do want to be clear about that, is that it's inverting the divergence. We would not need to prove that someone has enrolled in divergent program before you brought them for a violation. That is no longer a requirement. But I'm just, you know, the assumption, if we're following the Gresham model, is that outreach workers are the first connection with respect to the camping. If there's other criminal behaviors, you know, public consumption, then we're under that swim lane, if that makes sense.
It just feels, it sort of feels like that's what we're doing now, but I wanted to ask Skylar about that. Is that?
Yeah. So I can help clarify. So I actually work really closely with Gresham and their homelessness response team. And we actually patterned our street services coordination center after a lot of the work that they do in Gresham, as well as some work that's done in San Francisco, kind of with their emergency teams. But we, you know, offer relationships with outreach workers. We connect folks to services, and that's kind of done on that front end and that coordination piece that happens with the SSCC. I would also just state, just for clarification, that diversion really in the mayor's proposal is a term of art. So diversion would only happen post-arrest. So it's for an option for the courts, and that's why we worked with the district attorney's office and their policy team, as well as with the Multnomah County Circuit Courts, to determine what that would look like, how we would divert folks post-arrest or post-citation to those different services. That initial piece of offering reasonable alternative shelter is what would happen with those outreach teams with the SSCC or maybe those neighborhood response team officers. And that's more of that deflection on the front end. That's connection to services before even an arrest or a citation would even be thought of, or that enforcement capacity would take place. So those are two kind of separate pieces, happening on the front end or happening on the back end.
Right. And my last question is about stakeholders. It was one of my big issues in the last one. What's different about this proposal now?
I think we really took into account a lot of that stakeholder engagement and a lot of that feedback. So you'll remember lots of testimony the last time we passed that ordinance, as well as everything Robert mentioned with different settlement agreements and different conversations with plaintiffs' attorneys. I think we took into consideration a lot of what happened during the litigation and why we were enjoined, and really tried to incorporate some of those pieces. I think Commissioner Gonzalez mentioned the map and the time and place restrictions. I think folks really preferred those manner restrictions. I would also just say the manner restrictions that we're outlining really are a codification of a lot of the rules that are already in place and policies that have been in place for 5 or 6 years under the impact reduction program, just with a couple additions. And so folks are actually well acquainted kind of with those rules on the street. And I think that was something that was really important to outreach teams that I talked to and different service providers that we just discussed this with.
Could I ask a question? So, and then I'll get back to you, Commissioner Mapp. Sorry, didn't mean to jump in front of you, but it's hot on my head. So we keep talking about this Gresham model. And my understanding of what Gresham does is the council delegates authority to post and clear camps to their city manager.
Yes.
We as a council basically already did that. We delegated that authority to the impact reduction program. What Gresham does not do is delegate time, place, and manner restrictions to the city manager. That still rests, does it not, with the council?
Yeah, as I read the Gresham code, they have delegated the to the city manager the policy around removals, posting notices of removal, storing property, that type of
Cleaning
thing.
up, that sort of thing, okay?
As well as contracting. I think talking to the Gresham team, it was very important to them to have some flexibility with contracting if they needed to switch providers for some of those posting and removal projects.
Right, but operationally, that's what we do already.
Correct.
So what is proposed in the base ordinance is that the council overtly identify time, place, and manner restrictions. And I'm not, who are you proposing does that?
I'm proposing the mayor, their designee, set forth any such requirements to comply with House Bill 3115, including time, place, manner. And just to be crystal clear, Gresham is categorical in banning camping. I mean, their code is very straightforward on that point. But as to defining the manner in which camping would be permitted under my proposal, that would be, you would have that authority.
Well, to be clear, take me out of it. A few months, I'm gone. So the question is, somebody to be determined would be delegated that authority. And after that, it would be somebody else. So from a clarity perspective, it seems like you would want this to reside with the council, because the council's held accountable, not a designee that we may or may not know who they are.
Well, I think that's the philosophical question that's really at the center of this. We're in a fluid legal environment that I think is going to change as early as this summer. That's just reality. It's we thought last year we were adopting something that conformed with House Bill 3115. We may still think it complies with House Bill 3115, but we've been stopped from enforcing it. That was an unforeseen shift in legal environment. The Supreme Court took up the Grants Pass decision. That was not foregone that was going to happen. And now there's a lot of legal scholars who think that at least a substantial part of Boise and Grants Pass are going to be overturned. They may not overturn at all. So part of the solution that I'm trying to tailor is how can we adjust to those realities and not tie down future executive branch that has to deal with this issue that gets judged by the encampments for better or worse.
Oh, believe me, I can relate to that. I live it. My question, though, really is why delegate that authority? The council, I mean, we're meeting here, we're having this discussion because of an unforeseen circumstance, which is that our first effort at a time, place, manner ordinance was overturned or enjoined, I guess is the proper word, by a court. So here we are, we're meeting. Whereas alternatively, if it's an administrative rule, what I understood Skylar to say, and maybe I misinterpreted and I misunderstood, that still has to go through a process. It still has to go through an administrative rule process and potentially come back to council anyways. Is that right?
I'll defer to Robert, but that's my understanding.
Are you talking about in our proposal or in the, I want to be clear.
Not my proposal. My proposal is the council, it stipulates very clearly, and Skylar put it up on a PowerPoint, what manner restrictions we are proposing. And if a court throws that out, then we go to Plan 3. But I don't understand. You still have to notify law enforcement. You still have to notify the district attorney. You still have to notify service providers. You still have to have clarity for people who are living on the streets what the rules are. So even if it's fast, you still have to go through a process in order to notify all the myriads of partners who work collectively with us to make this plan work.
You absolutely have to go through a process, but part of why I wanted to lay out the history, because I think it's important for people to track. For 40 years, the city of Portland bans unconditionally camping in the city proper. That was what was on the books. The only reason we updated code last year with very complicated language is because we were told we had to comply with House Bill 3115. So I think a key part of what I am proposing is this council saying, we want to move towards no encampments. We want to ban camping in the city of Portland. We recognize we are subject to state limitations on fully carrying that out right now. We're also at the moment subject to Ninth Circuit impediments to carrying that out. But that is a clear legislative declaration that the law that has been on the books in the city of Portland, I think going back to 1982, should be the law of the land in the city of Portland if these impediments are removed. And until such time, the mayor has authority to figure out how to comply.
All right, Commissioner Maps.
Going back to the question of who is the decider, I think I spent part of last week and maybe even part of this week having conversations with my colleagues on council and lawyers about that. And I think I have some red lines in this space. For me, who the decider is depends on what the penalties are. So if there are criminal penalties involved with our time, place, and manner ordinance, and there are in the mayor's proposal, then I think it has to go to council. Robert tells me that that's kind of the norm, and maybe there might be some, it might be ambiguous as to how hard that law is. As a democratic principle, I don't think I want to hand the mayor the arbitrary power to make a rule that he or she can just throw someone in jail for doing something they don't like. On the other hand, Commissioner Gonzalez has come forward today, stripping out the criminal penalties involved with our time, place, and manner ordinance. So for that, because of that, I guess it doesn't necessarily have to go to council, although in practice, or at least for me, in terms of the norms that I think I've developed over the course of this conversation, I might be open to administrative rules. But let me ask my last question here. So that's just a statement of where I'm at on that issue, should anyone care. Let me ask my last issue here, and then I promise to shut up till we get to the end of public testimony. Commissioner Gonzalez, just so I understand what the stakes are here for you. For you, what do you think the stakes are here? Is it that you want to make, is this a symbolic move or a substantive play? In other words, is it symbolically important to you, and symbolism matters, to make it clear, have this council make a clear statement that street camping is not okay here in Portland, and we write that into law? Or is it your contention that if we pass your version of the ordinance, we will get folks off the sidewalks and into shelter more quickly than we would with the mayor's ordinance?
It is both symbolic and substantive. I think it is very, very important that this body communicate clearly, symbolically or otherwise, what our expectations for the public right-of-ways and for public land. And that does not include encampment in unsanctioned environments. So that has all by itself important symbolic effect. It also communicates to our public partners, including the state legislature, that we need help in this area. We cannot clean up our city completely without help. And but substantively, it is allowing flexibility as constraints change, that the executive can update to reflect those constraints. And so the worst case scenarios, we put on the books in our code things that are indefinitely, until you can get a majority of council, that we're only putting there to comply with state law. We're only putting there to, dissuade Oregon Law Center from suing us. I don't think that's a good way to make code. I don't think that's a way to set long-term policy that's going to bind future. We would not have gone through this exercise if not for House Bill 3115 last year. We would have had a blanket camping ban in the city of Portland. Again, other constraints would have applied. So that's the substantive thing. A gun was held to our head last year. That's why we did what we did. And I don't want to double down on the mistake.
Thank you. I could say more, but I know we have at least 50 people waiting to share their thoughts too. So I will lower my hand and let the mayor traffic cop.
All right, very good. We'll go to public testimony. How many people do we have signed up?
We have 51 people signed up.
51. All right, 2 minutes each. Name for the record.
Do we have invited testimony? We have invited testimony.
I don't have. Who has invited testimony?
I have 2.
All right, invited testimony. Commissioner Gonzalez.
John and Chief Gillespie. When you guys come on. Bear with me, we got off script a little bit, so I'm going to need about 30 seconds to catch up what order we're doing in this.
You can go ahead, sir. You want to go? Go ahead.
Yeah, actually, I'll leave to you guys. So you introduce yourself for the record and go in whichever order you'd like.
Well, Chief, thank you for your courtesies. Good afternoon, John DiLorenzo. I'm an attorney, partner at Davis Wright Tremaine, but I'm here today on my own behalf as a citizen, informed, however, by virtue of the honor that I had over the last year and a half to represent 10 very courageous people who were citizens with disabilities. And I was the chief counsel for the Tozer versus City of Portland case, which resulted in the settlement that you all approved last year. I was also grateful for the professionalism of Mr. Taylor's office and the problem solving that we went through, especially when Mayor Wheeler was able to join us in one of our mediation sessions before Federal Judge Beckerman. And I think we ended up with a good result. The settlement is in the first of its 5 years. It's already been a partial success, I think, albeit a very expensive one. It has in large part resulted in clear sidewalks in the downtown core. I cannot say the same thing for some portions of the east side, but at least we're getting there, and that is due in large part to the good faith of the city in enforcing it and working hard to meet its objectives. We receive quarterly reports from the city as part of the federal monitoring process. And so far, over the last 2 quarters, the city has cleared 2,820 encampments. An encampment is anywhere from 3 to 5 tents. So we're talking about the city clearing 6,000 to 8,000 tents in the last 6 months. Now, I suggest that that exceeds the number of unsheltered persons who are outdoors according to the last point in time count. That is because this county insists on continuing to pay taxpayer dollars to distribute tents to its NGO partners who place them on the sidewalks, which the city in turn removes. So far, the county has spent almost $2 million distributing 20,000 plus tents, 60,000 plus tarps, only for the city to spend more than $10 million to clean them up. The dissonance between the county and the city approaches walking up the down escalator. You get nowhere, but you're exhausted at the end of the day. Now, we had hoped that a time, place, and manner ordinance, which Mayor Wheeler championed, would work hand in glove with the settlement because the council passed that the same day you approved the settlement, and that is necessary to remove encampments that are not blocking sidewalks, encampments in other public areas. I have looked at the various iterations. I want to applaud you for all wearing the same jersey, having the same intent, which is to keep our public areas clear, but also to encourage our houseless population to have to seek services, to encourage them to go and camp where they are most likely to obtain services. That is really much more humane than the current county policy of warehousing people on the street.
The language program of it.
So, hey. You're not going to hear everybody agree with everything you say up here. If we get to the point where everybody in this room agrees on everything, our democracy is fundamentally unsound. So please, let's all respect each other's opinions, even people who you vehemently disagree with, and then you can have your turn.
So Your ordinance was temporarily enjoined by a judge who elected not to share her rationale with you. But just because there's an injunction doesn't mean that particular judge is right. You have not had a chance to pursue the appellate process because you don't want to wait that long. So to a large extent, this is for expediency. And I understand that. I do believe it's important to know what House Bill 3115 requires, though. I have heard comments, and this is the only disagreement really I have with my colleague, Mr. Taylor. I don't believe House Bill 3115 precludes you from enforcing ordinances that relate to camping. This is what the law says, 195.530 sub 2. Any city or county law that regulates the acts of sitting, lying, sleeping, or keeping warm and dry outdoors on public property that is open to the public must be objectively reasonable as to time, place, and manner with regard to persons experiencing homelessness. Camping as a concept is much more expansive than that. And in fact, every version of these ordinances make it very clear that the ordinance does not pertain to merely sitting with, lying by, or possessing camp materials that are stowed, disassembled, or packed in a manner that would permit them to be immediately carried or moved. It is my view that all of these iterations, including Mayor Wheeler's original iteration, comply with House Bill 3115. You just don't want to wait long enough for the Court of Appeals to tell you that. I think the trial judge was wrong. Now, of the iterations that I've seen, and by the way, I think you should vote for whichever one has the most votes, because I would hate for the perfect to stand in the way of the good. My preference is Commissioner Gonzalez's number 2 as modified by number 3. And here are the reasons why. First of all, it's easy to understand. There is no camping on public places. What's hard to understand about that? Number 2, it is, in my view, less vulnerable to legal attack, provided that sufficient exemptions are authorized by the mayor in the rulemaking process. Now, consider this. Let's say there is a major disruption downtown, a riot, let's say, rises to that level. And there are all kinds of crimes being committed. And the police are ready to move in, and the mayor, as police commissioner, says, you know what? I think it's better that we draw a perimeter and that we not bring in paddy wagons and that we not do anything to further exacerbate the situation because there'll be even more damage as a result. What is the mayor doing? The mayor is deciding to, for a while anyway, not enforce a rule or an ordinance or a law. That is exactly what Commissioner Gonzalez's proposal does, which is already within the authority of whoever commands the police force or whoever is in charge of other government services. So number 3, the exemption process will be amenable to a public process because it envisions rulemaking. So the public can comment on where the exemption should be. I presume they are going to be to your sanctioned camping areas so that you can encourage our houseless population to go where they are most likely to receive services that will help them with their addictions and their other issues, their mental health issues. It is more effective. I think assuming that those reside outdoors are likely to choose the path of least resistance, it humanely encourages our unhoused population to settle where the city sanctions camping, the very places where they will have accessibility to services. It also rejects the county's ill-conceived policy of enabling addictive behavior and housing people outdoors. It also includes the Rubio and MAPS amendments. And finally, I believe it comports with what I think are the community's expectations, which are prioritizing public safety while seeking a humane alternative to assist those in need. The majority of the public, I think, expects no camping on public property unless done so in a way that is calculated to encourage our unhoused population to seek the help they need. Both versions, all versions, I think, are good steps in that direction. I think Commissioner Gonzalez's approach is superior, and that's
Great. And
concludes
I
my
have,
comments.
I have a couple of questions, but I'll defer to Commissioner Maps first.
Just real quick, and we can keep it short. Do you have an opinion about the proposal to strip criminal penalties out of time, place, and manner?
Well, I just pulled them up on my cell phone here because I did not yet have a copy of number 3. But I did observe that number 3 doesn't say they're civil penalties or they're criminal penalties. What number 3 says is that a violation of this ordinance or administrative rule is punishable by a fine or penalty not more than $1,000. I read that as a criminal penalty without jail, a criminal penalty subject to a fine. So, you know, I think to address Mayor Wheeler's issue about whether it be appropriate to utilize the police to enforce this ordinance, I think it could be. Now, I'll defer, of course, to my friend, Mr. Taylor, because he provides you legal advice. I am just providing you my opinions. But I don't see the difference here.
Well, for me, the difference is if they're criminal penalties, then basically council's the decider. If there are no criminal penalties, then I kind of don't know. Does that make sense?
I understand that. What I am interested in is having a consequence to camping that is more severe than camping where a person is likely to receive services and get help for their addictions and their mental health issues.
Thank you very much.
Anything that pushes them there, I think, works.
So that's interesting because that's what I wanted to hone in on in your testimony. You correctly, I think, said that you don't want to lead with the enforcement. What you want to do is encourage people to get whatever help they need. And that has been the theory behind our entire homeless strategy for as long as I have been mayor. And it certainly is built in institutionally into our task sites that navigate people to services, and now the safe rest villages, which do the same. But in the original base ordinance that I proposed, it says, quote, under 14A 5150, it is unlawful for any person to camp knowingly in or upon any public property or public right-of-way if the person has access to reasonable alternative shelter, etc. In other words, they've been offered carrots and they decline the carrots, and eventually then there will be some enforceability. But the ordinance that you are supporting removes that language. So do you support the removal of that language?
Well, Mr. Mayor, the reason I don't know, I can't read all the minds of the people who are involved in
I'm just
drafting
reading
this.
the paper.
But I'm looking at the paper too, and it seems to me, and I will defer, of course, to my friend in law enforcement here, it seems to me that if one is to enforce this ordinance, are you expecting the police officer to have an app that is going to let him or her know at any particular point in time, whether now at 7 o'clock when is attempting to enforce the ordinance, there is in fact a shelter space available?
Yes, and we already have it. So for city shelter, we already have such an app, and it also includes treatment beds. And what we're trying to do is also encourage the county, indeed even the state, to adopt that technology. And it costs us, Skylar, what, like nothing? It's free, right? It's a Google app that we have adapted for that purpose. I have a second question about this. Maybe it's as much a comment as everything. So the Portland Police Bureau has been utilized under the previous Measure 110, which the legislature blissfully fixed for all of us.
Yes.
But previously, it had a provision in it whereby police officers would effectively hand them a slip of paper that was a fine. The fine could be waived in the event that they sought treatment. And I think that was a very well-intentioned provision, but operationally what happened is people basically used them as litter. They handed out hundreds of them, and very, very few people actually saw treatment. There wasn't enough teeth. And frankly, it was a colossal waste of police resources. And so I was grateful that the legislature fixed that for us. But isn't this tantamount to the same kind of strategy?
Yeah, I don't know if it is, and frankly, here's an advantage for you having 3 or 4 alternatives. There's nothing that says the city council can't pick and choose the best concepts from various alternatives and weave them together.
It's fluid, as you say.
Right.
The Christmas tree, the ornaments can come whenever councilors want.
If you had occasion about 15 years ago to venture to Times Square in New York City, you may recall that there was a proliferation of squeegee people who would step out into the roadway, throw filthy water on somebody's windshield, and try to squeegee it off. And it was becoming a big problem. And the city decided that they didn't want to jail anybody. That wasn't the purpose. They wanted to discourage the behavior. They wanted squeegee people to take the path of least resistance and do something else. So they thought, well, what law is a squeegee professional violating? A squeegee professional is violating jaywalking. You can't be a squeegee person without jaywalking. And so they started stopping anyone who was doing that. They ran warrants. Many people had outstanding warrants. They brought them downtown, said hello, put them through a little process, and that was it. But they did it enough so that it was such a hassle, it discouraged them from engaging in that kind of behavior. Whatever you pick as the consequence should be enough to encourage someone who is houseless to seek refuge in your sanctioned camping areas so they can seek services, as opposed to be left adrift on the streets. Not, forget about being able to pass the streets. I mean, my clients were unable to as much as buy a tube of toothpaste without having to commingle into the traffic. And lots of other Portlanders feel the same way. So I think you get 2 objectives with 1 policy if you weave all this together right.
Fair enough. And I'll give Robert the last word, and then we'll move on.
Oh, thank you so much, Mayor. I really had just a couple of things. The first is I want to thank Mr. DiLorenzo for coming here. I want to thank him for providing this explanation of his views. I disagree with them. It is not in the city's interest for me to sit here and debate with him the legality of either one of these approaches, because it will be my job to defend whatever we do here, not Mr. DiLorenzo's. However, he has done a service by providing his reasoning, even if I disagree with it. I wish the court had done that. And that was a missed opportunity by the court. John, thank you for sharing the squeegee story again. I haven't heard that in a while. Thank you. And then finally, I just want to leave with this. We have our fire chief here, very important witness, and I want to give time for the fire chief.
Right, thank you. And John, we thank you for your service to the community and the work you did on behalf of the ADA community. It was brilliant work, and we all appreciate it.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you all for being open to allowing me to share my views.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks. Good afternoon, Mayor Wheeler, City Commissioners. My name is Ryan Gillespie, Fire Chief for Portland Fire and Rescue. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony today. Last week, we learned during PBOT's Vision Zero presentation that 50% of all pedestrian deaths in 2023 were individuals who are unhoused. As you're all very aware, this community comprises less than 1% of Multnomah County's population. Over the past several years, Portland Fire's response to houseless camping fires has dramatically increased, and I'd like to share some statistics with you. In 2019, 26% of all fire reports in the city were houseless related. In 2023, the number of houseless fires increased to 35% of all fire reports, up from that 26. So far in 2024, 39% of all fires have been houseless related, up from 35% last year. In terms of patient outcomes, 46% of all fire injuries and 50% of all fire deaths in 2023 were houseless related. So far this year, the percent of houseless related fire injuries has increased from 46% to 56% of all fire injuries, while the share of fire deaths remains steady at 50% of all fire deaths. Given the disproportionate impacts of fire-related injuries and deaths on our unhoused population, Portland Fire and Rescue has long opposed unsanctioned camping and has been a strong proponent of city-sanctioned campsites where at least minimum level of safety measures and precautions can be installed and implemented. The current houseless crisis has weighed heavily on our frontline firefighters for years, as they've increasingly been asked to function as a last line of resort for medical, behavioral, substance abuse, and non-emergency calls, as more and more people routinely use 911 to meet basic needs for themselves and others. Given the gravity of the current crisis, Portland Fire and Rescue would support any policy proposals from City Council that moves us towards the prohibition of unsanctioned camping and the reduction of associated fire risks that overwhelmingly impact the most vulnerable residents among us. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Chief. All right, to public testimony. There's no more invited testimony, colleagues, correct? To public testimony, please. Keelan, you're the boss now.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll call people up 3 at a time. So when I call your name, please come on up and have a
Need to
seat.
move the chairs for all.
Okay.
Need to move chairs for folks. Make sure the order.
I think we're okay for the time being. Yeah.
Sure.
I think an extra chair is okay, right? I mean, we can.
I think they're, okay.
I think we need to keep it out so that people with
really?
wheelchairs.
Okay. Thank you, Angela. Lauren Armini, Brenna Fossen, and Jeffrey Liticote.
Welcome. Thank you for being here. We appreciate it.
Go ahead, Lauren.
Thanks. Hello, Council. My name is Lauren Armini, and I'm the Systemic Change Program Director at Sisters of the Road. I have to say, I have a hard time knowing how to testify right now. This feels like legislation by chaos and honestly disrespectful to all the people that this will impact. So I will proceed with my previously planned comment. Less than a year ago, I sat before you to provide testimony in opposition to your last attempt at a reasonable camping ban. Today, with Gonzalez's proposed amendments, I also have to argue for the right to be a part of the decision-making process. In reading your newest draft of the ordinance and the amendments, the only thing clear and transparent about it is that even after hearing hundreds of testimonies, you all have no concept of what is reasonable for those of us who currently cannot access housing in Portland, which is a lot of us. With this in mind, I also have grave concerns for leaving the decision-making power for this important legislation solely in the executive branch. In this ordinance, you wrote that I can have a blanket by me, but it must be packed or otherwise stowed. How can we, Portland residents, be confident that this ordinance will pass legal scrutiny if I feel unsure about my ability to legally have a picnic on public property? Many of you were quick to say that Measure 110 was putting the cart before the horse. I literally never want to hear that phrase ever again because of how many times it was said, when we didn't have enough access to treatment facilities before decriminalization. With Mayor Wheeler, you framed this ordinance as a last-ditch effort to address individuals who refuse offers of shelter. How is this not putting the cart before the horse when reasonable offers of shelter rarely exist even for those who want them? Please tell me where those resources are. Are you expecting law enforcement officers to know whether these reasonable shelters are available? And with the caseload of the Multnomah County District Attorney, do you really expect them to have capacity to navigate diversion programs with people? If enacted today, you are proposing a law that would endlessly fine and jail Portland residents who do not have reasonable access to housing.
Thank you, and perfectly timed. Commissioner Gonzalez.
I just want to apologize to you two. When you came up and spoke, I thought it was the woman in the mask that was speaking. So if you saw a weird expression on my face, it took me about 30 seconds while you were testifying as to who was talking. So you may not have seen my facial expression, but I apologize if any offense.
Oh, she'll be talking now.
Okay. I was confused the last part.
Good afternoon. My name is Brenna Fossen, and I am the Systemic Change Community Organizer at Sisters of the Road. If enacted today, you are proposing a law that would endlessly fine and jail Portland residents who do not have reasonable access to housing, as my colleague just stated. Furthermore, you publicly blame the Multnomah County Circuit Court for not holding your hand and telling you how to make this ordinance legal. But this is your job. You are legislators, and you are lawyers. If you are not sure how to make this pass legal muster by now, then perhaps you should just give up on it. At least until everyone has a home. These proposed ordinances will only entrench the discrimination already faced by our poor and unhoused neighbors. As my colleague mentioned, your proposed ordinances, within them, someone can be punished for sleeping while using a blanket or accumulating trash. Will I be issued a fine or put in jail for falling asleep while stargazing, for example? How will law enforcement decide who to penalize? How will you guarantee that this will not lead to selective and subjective enforcement, more than just tracking and aggregating data? Rather than spending taxpayer money on enforcing these ordinances, why not resolve the actual root problems of people having no place to live? You can mobilize lobbying efforts to lift the state preemption on local rent control so people can actually afford a place to live, or guarantee legal representation for all people facing eviction. The longer you do not address these root causes, the worse conditions will get for people just struggling to make ends meet. For as long as city officials put forth ordinances that try to wipe away our community members whom you have failed, we will be here. For as long as you prioritize the interests of the few over the lives and well-being of the rest of us, the people will be here fighting back.
Thank you. Welcome.
Jeffrey Litico.
First, I want to apologize for last time I spoke with y'all. I called you idiots, and probably shouldn't have done that. I prefer to speak impromptu, and it's really difficult for me to do that in this context because nothing I've said over all of the years that I've fought this ordinance, never have I ever yet seen any coherent conversation with points and counterpoints in the media or from y'all. You give this one cookie cutter explanation over and over and over again. You repeat your case, and you don't even consider different ways of approaching it rather than beating up harder on the people who have less than you. And that's gone on forever. Since the beginning of humans, I suspect. The people that are right above, the people that are at the very bottom will bend down and punch down. And that's all that you're doing here. You're not solving anything. This is all smoke and mirrors. The way that you actually harass the homeless is with the posting of those flyers, and you know it full well. You know that it's not these ordinances, but you've got everybody talking about them rather than, you know what you did after the day camp Dan didn't, manage to survive. You increase the flyering, the posting that makes people get up and move their stuff day after day after day. Eventually, they're not caring very much. It has anything to do with their lives. They can't do that day after day. It stresses them out. It stresses them out. It makes them not want to live. And you talk about values. Here's values for you. Oh, it's a humanitarian crisis. But yet you've got rapid response out there treating people that are seniors, that are sick, that are disabled, that are mentally ill, young women that are underage and shouldn't be out there. Got them treating the same as you would a healthy-bodied male. That's bullshit. There's no discernment at all between whether or not somebody keeps their can clean. You bitching, you moaning, and groaning about garbage. The visual effect of that is nothing compared to the moral bankruptcy of harassing people who are already thoroughly harassed.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
And those are just like 1 or 2 points. I got like a billion, and none of them are ever addressed in a coherent way that anybody can sift through the
Thank you
arguments.
for your testimony. Appreciate it.
And
Good
2
to see
minutes
you
is
again.
ridiculous. And
It's
you know that
fast.
too.
Yes, I understand it, but we get a lot of people signed up. We want to
I don't care. So find another day to have a hearing where you have people like these people that are articulate and can explain to you what their position is. They can't do it in 2 minutes.
Thank you for your time. Folks, we do ask again, 2 minutes, please. It's what you get at the state legislature. It's what you're getting here. You can make a good point in 2 minutes. Thank you.
Next up, we have Joanne Reese, Bianca Leal, and Jennifer Shook.
Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Okay. Joanne Lundstrong, Housing Team, speaking for myself. The primary responsibility of the city is to those who make Portland their home, newcomers and longstanding residents, housed and unhoused. The city should not be currying favor with developers or tourists, while diverse housed and unhoused people continue to be victimized by city-sanctioned squalor. The city needs to be more intentional regarding the camping ban. It is reasonable that sidewalk access be kept clear, environmental areas be protected, and routes to school be kept safe. However, the iterations of the camping ban do not address the roots of the housing crisis: stagnant wages and social services, lack of truly affordable housing, and runaway inflation. It is dehumanizing to dismiss all homelessness and substance addiction as lifestyle choices. With Portland median family income $114,400 to house the chronically homeless and housing insecure seniors, people with disabilities, and youth transitioning out of foster care, affordable housing needs to be at the 30% MFI with supportive services. The camping ban is not cost-effective or practical in terms of police, court, and jail resources, exacting a fine on the indigent. Selective enforcement and shelter placement, seemingly exclusively in diverse, financially struggling neighborhoods with few resources, are discriminatory. To provide reasonable offers of shelter, shelters would need to be 24-hour. There are allegations of drug use and drug sales at some SRVs, which don't seem conducive to personal or collective recovery. East Portland is bearing the brunt of the humanitarian crisis as unhoused neighbors get swept into struggling neighborhoods. Declarations and ordinances without forethought and a plan are just posturing. Housing first. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bianca Leal.
Hello, my name is Bianca Leal, and I am a settler living on unceded Cowlitz land, a fact that invokes heavy irony with the shameful agenda item 339 regarding camping bans. There seems to be a fairy tale-like logic being applied with the proposed policy that experiencing homelessness is a direct result of a, quote, bad person who made bad choices and is therefore disposable, when in reality, this circumstance lurks around the corner for so many of us with even just a single missed paycheck. According to the October 2023 Department of Health and Human Services HHS report addressing homelessness among older adults final report, older adults are among the fastest growing age group for those experiencing homelessness, composing of nearly half of the homeless population overall. with many of those individuals experiencing homelessness for the very first time in their older age. This report also highlights the number of older adults experiencing homelessness is expected to triple by 2030. This should be a thought that haunts every single one of us. The minor ache that we feel as people experience when we stand to witness to another's pain is a call to action to build real solutions to the housing crisis we are all experiencing. Imposing public camping restrictions will only further harm our most vulnerable neighbors, and I do not support it. Housing and basic services need to be more accessible, not less. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jennifer Shook.
Hi, I'm Jennifer Shook. I'm a Portland resident, an urban planner, and a board member for Portland Neighbors Welcome. The city of Portland has always prided itself on its embrace of data and best practices. A few years ago, the Willamette Week joked that the city council won't listen to you if you don't have a graph. So it's both surprising and concerning that when it comes to homelessness, we're talking about implementing regulations that go against all of the accepted data and evidence on solving the homelessness crisis. We know that housing first solutions with low barriers to entry are the gold standard for addressing homelessness. We also know that programs like Portland Street Response, when fully resourced, are better equipped than police to handle acute needs. I don't understand why we have more resources than ever to direct to addressing homelessness, but we're talking about criminalization instead of building housing. What else do we know? We know that criminalizing our homeless neighbors makes it harder for them to access the shelter and services they need, that forcing people to move multiple times a day often results in lost paperwork, lost medication, and lost belongings. We also know that it makes it harder for service providers to reach them. This frankly seems like a policy based on cruelty, prioritizing the comfort of the already comfortable rather than the best practices for getting and keeping people housed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Nick Peterson,
Nick?
Tim Larson,
Here he is, it's online. You're muted, Tim.
Tim, you're muted. All right, we'll come back to Tim. Next up, we have Hannah Teicher, Monica Corey, Jonathan Greenwood, Sarah Fisher,
Welcome.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners. I'm Sarah Fisher. I'm a street chaplain in East Portland and an Episcopal priest. I honestly have gotten so confused by the amendments and substitute amendments and revised substitute amendments that I need to get back to basics. Housing is a human right. Objectively reasonable shelter is not housing. Others have spoken well to this. I know that a lot of work has gone into these proposals, and I especially commend you, Mayor Wheeler, and Commissioner Rubio for elements that safeguard democratic process, ensure transparency, and track data so that Black and Brown citizens are not disproportionately disproportionately impacted. The problem is that none of these measures prioritize our city's most vulnerable citizens. I realize that this is an election year and that the people who need our help most do not usually vote. So please, I would like to invite us to all take a deep breath right now. If you want to levy fines, what about fining property owners who keep vacant lots empty instead of leasing them to the city for sanctioned camping sites? This is as objectively reasonable as fining people for having nowhere to sleep. So I want to close quickly with Sonia Sotomayor's question during the hearing on Monday. Where do we put them if every city lacks compassion and passes a law identical to this? Please lead with compassion.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Tiana Tozer and Mike Wallingford.
This room's a lot bigger than I thought it was.
Keep going.
Yeah, it's long and skinny. Thank you for being here. We appreciate it.
Right here. Is there someone first?
Tiana, you can go.
Tiana Tozer, beleaguered Portland citizen. On March 22nd, 2023, Willamette Week reported that Multnomah County spent less than half its budget on homeless services. In May 2023, almost a year ago, myself and 9 plaintiffs reached an agreement with the city of Portland. How's it going, you ask? Not well. I work in Old Town, and every time I have to go into the office, I have to report 2 to 3 encampments. I reported one on March 6th, March 16th, and then I took photos on March 19th and March 25th, but didn't report it. And I reported again on April 18th. Why has the burden of keeping the sidewalks clear fallen to people with disabilities? I'm here today for 2 reasons. First, to urge you to enact a camping ban and enforce it, the strictest camping ban possible. Everybody's screaming about criminalizing homelessness and the discrimination against homeless people. There are 38,000 Portlanders with disabilities. We are stressed out by the situation. We are at the end of our ropes. And why do we mean less than the homeless population? Second, I'm here to debunk some of the false narratives that are being flung about. First, tents and tarps are life-saving equipment. They are not. I've lived in Portland for 20 years and did homeless outreach. I never once gave out a tent or tarp. No one did. That started around 2020. So for 18 years, tents and tarps weren't life-saving equipment, but now all of a sudden they are. That's a false narrative. Second, the issue is affordable housing. No, it's not. It's drug addiction and mental illness. Finally, this winter, the people of Portland sent you a message, but perhaps it wasn't heard. Remember when the warming shelters had to close because they couldn't get enough volunteers to staff them? That was your citizens telling you that we have had enough. I have always volunteered at the warming shelters. This year I did not. Why? Because like the majority of my fellow Portlanders, I have compassion fatigue. I'm done having my mobility hampered and being disrespected by the leadership that allows this untenable situation to continue. If all the people opposed to this camping ban had volunteered at those warming shelters, they would not have had to close. Actions speak louder than words. I hope that helps you understand that they do not represent the majority of Portlanders. I urge you to pass and enforce the strictest camping ban possible. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for being here.
Mike Wallingford.
Before I start, what do the bells mean?
Oh, so the first bell is 30 seconds before your 2 minutes is up, and the second one is 2 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you for asking the question.
Means the crook comes out and takes you off.
We're generous here.
Right.
Thank you. Go?
Yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead, sir. Thank
My name is Michael Wallingford. I'm a Portland native. I was born here and also come from 2 tribes that are from here. In the past, I testified on my inability to navigate the city as well as I should be able to, being a visually impaired person. I testified about how it was hard to get down the sidewalks when I can't see the people that are sleeping across the sidewalk, stepping in their poop, stepping on their faces, stepping on, all the all the clutter and just junk. I have absolutely noticed a huge change in that. I've seen nothing but positive, nothing. I've seen a lot of positive changes. Our dojo that we train at, no longer has the bunch of people sleeping in our alcove, less defecation around the city that I've noticed anyway. It may have changed, may have not. I mean, maybe I'm not seeing it, but I still believe that there's more to do. And I strongly support the no camping, period. I think that's all.
All right, thank you. Appreciate your being here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Isa Maxwell,
Welcome.
Christopher Olson, followed by Tim McCormick and Mary Emerson.
Thanks for being here.
Thank you. Hello, Commissioners. My name is Chris Olson, and I'm a resident of Northeast Portland in Sullivan's Gulch and a candidate for Portland City Council District 2. I'm here today because I stand with the unhoused. Because like many Portlanders, I know in different circumstances, I could easily be in their place. I want to express my concerns regarding the mayor's proposal to enforce stricter regulations on camping in the city, including measures that seem particularly punitive towards the city's most vulnerable populations. While I understand the need to maintain public safety and access, just this morning myself had a bag stolen off my bike when I was downtown. I don't blame the person who stole my bag, but the system that has ultimately failed to combat this combination of an addiction, mental health, and housing crisis in our city. Pushing people into prison will not solve these problems, and in the long term end up costing taxpayers more money. The proposed ban, which includes fines up to $100 for sentencing of up to 7 days in jail for violations such as a propane heater or selling bicycle parts or car parts, seems disproportionately designated to impact those who are already facing extreme hardships. Many of our community members who find themselves without a home rely on these activities for survival. This proposal not only criminalizes these survival efforts, but also risks worsening the conditions of those already struggling. The addition of such severe penalties without a robust system of supports in place that offers real solutions like more temporary shelters, recovery beds, and a fully funded 24/7 Portland Street response signals a move towards recriminalization rather than a compassionate support and rehabilitation. It's imperative that our approaches are not punitive, but are rooted in understanding justice, the provision of real pathways out of homelessness. People want to be invested in, not punished. We must consider policies that emphasize compassion and support. I urge you to reconsider the proposed penalties and focus instead on solutions that address the root causes of homelessness with empathy and effectiveness. Thank you for your consideration and this perspective. I look forward to seeing policies that reflect the inclusivity, compassion, and progressive values that many on this council claim to hold. Thank you.
Thank you, and thanks for putting yourself out there and running. Appreciate it.
Mary Emerson.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Mary Emerson. I do live in Portland. Commissioner Gonzalez's proposed amendment would do many, many things. It would penalize people who can't afford rent. It would criminalize people for whom there is no available shelter. It would violate our city charter enshrined right to have a well-managed city by replacing responsible policy setting by an elected city council and the continuity of a professional city management team with the whims of a nimble yet autocratic mayor. What the proposed amendment does not do is eliminate public camping. It does nothing to find, create, manage, and help people thrive in stable, permanent housing. If we want to reduce the very visible tragedy of homelessness, we need to invest our energy into addressing the underlying issues. Portland lacks sufficient housing affordable to over 6,000 people who are currently unhoused. We lack even temporary housing for over half of those that are currently unhoused. We are underfunding programs designed to stave off eviction and untenable rent increases for many more individuals and families who are at risk of losing their homes and becoming unhoused. We have a housing crisis, and we need to make the hard and perhaps unprofitable choices to focus our efforts, money, attention, and long-term staffing on finding, creating, funding, and managing long-term sustainable housing available to Portlanders on an ability-to-pay basis. We need to accept and embrace the fact that the highest and best use for housing is providing a home, not a profit. Please reject this heartless amendment and focus on the real goal of creating stable housing affordable for all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Margaret Zabrowski, Jared Essig, and Alan Combs.
I think Margaret's online.
Yes.
Hello?
Yeah, hi, we hear you loud and clear. Welcome.
Thank you. I'm appalled at today's undertakings. As you often assert, we're in a crisis, and you've heard that more than 6,500,000 people are houseless as of the end of last year, and that houselessness has risen 12% from 2022 to 2023. It's not going back down. If we make it illegal in every town, in every city, in every municipality for houseless people to sleep, what will happen to them? Driven like the tribes out of Israel. What could happen here? Downtown is filled with empty buildings. My neighborhood in North Portland has an almost 10% vacancy rate for apartments. Many of the undeveloped park properties and Peabot lands in Portland could be used as sites for villages of tiny homes. Unfortunately, the powers that be have failed to work together to use the avalanche of funding that the city has received to advance humane solutions. Instead, you pour millions into cleaning the Aegean stables, catching humans in a net of lost property, lost connection, and lost minds, setting up seedy camps under the control of an often indicted outfit where some folks have found rest and other threats similar to those they experienced on the street. In response to this incompetence and the rising tide of people exposed to our nation's steady rise in super wealth for those at the top, you adopt policies blaming the victim, adding to the woes of those on the streets with fines and court appearances. The only good thing about today's issue is that it shows us Rene Gonzalez. We can see a man who stopped delivery of tents to people experiencing the worst cold snap in years, who wanted to raise the fine to $500, now $1,000 for people without any money, and prison terms up to 6 months, who argues for putting all these issues behind closed doors. Criminalizing poverty does not work. Chasing the homeless out into the wilds does not work. Stop what you're doing and think.
Thank you, Margaret.
Jared Essig.
Welcome.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners, citizens of Portland, or Greater Willamette, as the city used to be called before it was occupied by unsanctioned camping about 150 years ago. And, you know, that does highlight some of the absurdity of this symbolic act. Now, I would support, though, time, place, manner prohibitions once you give time, place, manner permissions. For example, one designated vacant lot in every neighborhood council region for longer-term camping. And if the property owners won't lease to you, then fine them, like it was suggested earlier. I think that's an objectively reasonable solution. Until that happens, one corner of every public park should be set aside for overnighting or bivouacking or maybe short-term camping for a couple days. And that's an objectively reasonable solution. If you do that, then people will get off the sidewalks. They're on the sidewalks because they're not allowed to be anywhere else. That's the problem. Now, your definition of alternate shelter is far too narrow, and your definition of camping is far too broad. Your real target is people who are squatting and settling and setting up bike shops and pushing drugs. You need to address crime rather than poverty to address the concerns of your neighbors. This is possibly illegal. It won't work. It'll make the problem worse. It'll distract the police from solving crime. And eventually, when it fails, your own constituents will come back complaining about that. So deal with the real issues and make a better ordinance, or just let people camp until they find geographic, economic, and social mobility, which they need. Not services. They want actual to move upward in life. Help them get low barrier employment, for example.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Alan Combs. Alan, you're muted.
Oh, yeah. Hi, this is Alan Combs.
Hi, we hear you.
Okay. Mayor Wheeler and commissioners, thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Alan Combs, and I live in Portland, Council District 3. Portland has invested a significant amount of resources to address the housing and homeless crisis, and Portlanders are frustrated by how ineffective the city and county's actions have been with respect to public camping. The city needs to put an end to tolerating camping in public spaces. I recognize that systemic change is needed to improve equity and to address the needs of our most vulnerable in our city and in the country. So how can I say something so shocking as to support a proposed public camping ordinance? The data is incontrovertible. A significant fraction of the chronically unhoused are not voluntarily moving to alternative shelter sites or other forms of low barrier shelters. Until there is an enforceable requirement added to the city's toolbox, Portland will continue to see degraded public spaces, which creates a huge collective loss, decreased public safety, negative impacts on people with mobility issues, increased pedestrian deaths, increases in injury and death from fires, increased drug overdoses, and a higher level of drug trade in our city due to the dispersed user base that we have when everybody can camp anywhere they want. Any measure that tolerates the status quo is not compassionate and does not reflect city values. Regarding amendments, I support Gonzalez's amendments in as much as it sends a message that public camping is not consistent with Gresham. I do think you're going to need an ordinance to require that the unhoused and people in cars get to a TAS or other low barrier shelter site. And Commissioner Rubio's amendment, it may increase transparency, but letting the police collect the data creates a flaw in that you'll only be measuring data on the cited. You need to actually measure data on the population for you to see disparate impacts. So I hope you'll address that flaw in the amendment from what I heard today. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And Keelan, before we go to the next group, we're past the requirement for a brief break. We'll take a 5-minute recess. We have lots of people behind the scenes, our closed captioners, our broadcasters, security and others, and every couple of hours we have to take a break, and we've been going since about 2. So we'll just take a brief recess, about 5 minutes, and then we'll come right back to public testimony.
Edie T, Cody Hermeling, Peter Grabio.
Peter had to leave. He may try and come back.
I'm sorry.
Peter Graviel had to leave.
Oh, okay.
Welcome.
Hi. Hi, I'm Edie with Stop the Sweeps PDX. When I tried thinking about what to say here today, I was struggling a lot at first to make like a concise and meaningful use of my short time. And then I got really pissed off because I realized that I wasn't sure that I had anything to say that you guys hadn't already heard and disregarded. I don't know if you guys think that you know better or not. This time last year, we all sat for hours and you guys hopefully listened to those testimonies from people living on the streets, people who have their friends and family. And we all showed up and begged you not to do it, and you all did it, and then the court told you you couldn't. It's moms and dads and veterans and sons and daughters and kids that you guys keep talking about wanting to use your stick on, and I think it's a psychotic analogy. It's really angry. It's really angering and really scary as a young person to see the disconnect that you guys all seem to have. I don't want to spend my life coming to things like this and agonizing over all my words while my elected officials barely seem to listen. I just don't know how any of us are supposed to think that our words mean anything when we see how these meetings keep going. You guys always talk about the status quo and how it's not working, but it seems like all of this is the status quo and it's not working at all. I don't know what more to say besides that. I think you're using people as like just pawns in your political careers, and I don't know what that could even possibly mean to you guys at this point. And I just don't think any of this should be up for public debate. And that's what I have to say.
All right, thank you for being here.
Cody, Emily?
All right. Well, my name is Cody Ermeling. I appreciate being here to speak with you all today. I became blind about 13 years ago. I've been a resident of Portland roughly about 25 years now. Before the I guess car wreck I was involved in, someone had hit me going 90 miles an hour head on. I didn't have an airbag and ended up going blind because of it. But prior to that, I had become quite an avid camper backpacker around Oregon. It's a pretty great place to do that. In doing so, going out on trips like 2, 3, 4 mile trips out into the wilderness and whatnot, you take a trail out to campsites. Nobody ever ends up setting up their camp on the trail. We need actual proper ways to get to places that are safe. When I'm walking from, just simply 5 blocks to my mom's house, I have to have sidewalks to get to where I need to go, to be perpendicular, parallel, just to navigate. It's really hard sitting up here and discussing all this, but when people, whether you're homeless or not, I understand that's difficult, but I implore all of you, all of you all that are sitting here cheering for people with all the homeless advocates, why can you at least talk to the people that are just taking up the entire sidewalk? Why is that necessary? That's just completely no consideration for anybody else but themselves, and for pushing people that are handicapped or mobility challenged like myself, can't see anywhere, to push me out into the street with cars. It's just dangerous. I don't understand. Anyway, I blabbered on too much and lost my time, but all I want is just clear pathways to get where I need to go. It's like playing pin the tail on a donkey every day of my life in a maze, and if one route to get to where I need to go is blocked off by either construction or someone camping or otherwise, I might have to go another 8 blocks, 10 blocks in a whole different direction to find a light so that I can safely cross a particular road, so that I can get all the way back around in a whole nother way to get to where I need to go. It's incredible how difficult mobility challenges can be. And just for any of you, even all of the homeless people here talking, just put a blindfold on. Walk around, see if you can get around your little neighborhood that you have all your tents set up in. It's incredibly difficult. I don't know what more to say than that, but just empathy goes a lot of ways, both for homeless people and for handicapped people, and we all need to work together, because this is just absolutely ridiculous the way that things were for 2 or 3 years there. I couldn't leave my house. Anyway.
Thank you very much for your perspective. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks, Cody.
Next up, we have Caitlin online.
Welcome, Caitlin.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep, loud and clear.
Wonderful. So yeah, excuse my voice, it's a little gravelly. But hi, I'm Caitlin. I organize with Stop the Sweeps, and I think I just actually wanted to start out this testimony with a quote from Western Regional Advocacy Project, or WRAP, who is a coalition that we work with really closely, about how homelessness is a visible manifestation of a society that is sorely lacking in social justice. Excuse me, I think that muted again.
No, we hear you.
But I bring this up because I feel that is one of the biggest issues with the advent of all of these camping bans that have existed, mostly stemming from the 80s, is that this is about getting rid of that visible manifestation of the lack of that people are camped out on the streets. That is because we live in a society where not everyone can get housing who wants it, who needs it. And it's hard for me, like others have said, to give testimony on what's actually on the table today because so much has changed. So instead, I want to talk more about like the legacy of camping bans generally, of how this is a history. There's a long history of banishment laws from Jim Crow and anti-Okie and ugly laws that have set out to banish a particular type of person out of public space. And that is what these laws are ultimately doing. And that's what's happening right now at the Supreme Court. That's what this debate is about, is why are we banishing people from public space who have nowhere else to go? And so I really want that thought to really sink in, is that this is more than just about camping bans, but that we are so willing historically and currently to just banish people that we don't want to see, rather than actually address why they're there in the first place, and that they have every right to be in that public space. And so I don't think we should create this hierarchy of who is more worthy of being in public space, and rather we should acknowledge that everybody has that right, and we shouldn't be pushing people around and forcing them into places when that is our right and there is solutions on the table, such as housing. So I'll stop it there since I'm over time.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it.
Next up is Mayra Gonzalez, Mar Cadell, followed by Shane Rule and Tara Fall.
Welcome.
Hello. My name is Mar. I'm a constituent from the Montebello neighborhood. To defend the humanity of the unhoused is to defend my own as a Black constituent here in Portland. It is impossible to enforce a camping ban without being anti-Black. The criminalization of the unhoused largely started after the Emancipation Proclamation, with this nation's first anti-trespassing laws being passed through Black codes and Jim Crow. These laws were not only focused on excluding Black people from society, much like Oregon did up until 1923, but also continuing the institution of chattel slavery. The 13th Amendment permitted slavery as a punishment for criminal behavior, so began the effort to make it illegal for us to exist. With these facts in mind, it is not surprising that Black people make up 20% of the unhoused and 30% of the incarcerated in Multnomah County, despite being less than 6% of the population. Unhoused people who are 11 times more likely to be incarcerated, 11 times more likely to be incarcerated. In prison, they will then be forced to perform labor at wages around 50 cents an hour in Oregon. Meanwhile, the amount of people unhoused continues to rise. The majority of Oregonians, and likely the majority of your constituents in front of you, are living paycheck to paycheck and are one major medical emergency away from being unhoused themselves. The ethical and ideological shifts that enable chattel slavery to exist are deeply rooted in our society. It negatively impacts everyone here. That's why it doesn't surprise me that camping bans existed here for 40 years. Your choice to enforce yet another camping ban tells us that you aim to maintain these ethics. You tell us that our productivity is more valuable than our humanity, that you don't aim to put people in homes or to combat poverty, that the inability to perform in this system designed to exclude and disable many of us is a moral failing. I think I speak for many of us when I say it is exhausting, dehumanizing, and amoral to have to live in a society that decides our value as people based upon our economic output. I ask you, are these the values that you want to sustain in Portland? When will you choose to address poverty and the housing crisis in this city as a policy issue and not a moral failing on behalf of your constituents? I hope that you choose the path of racial and economic justice as opposed to the continued persecution of the unhoused. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate your being here.
Next up, we have Shane Rule, Tara Fall, IE, Austin Preifogel.
Welcome.
Thank you. Give me 1 second to get my notes up.
Yeah.
So in my time listening to this hearing today, I've heard many perfectly valid complaints, many of which I share. This includes from a member of the fire department around the fire safety regarding folks living on the streets. This includes some disability advocates around the issue of folks camping on the side of the road, et cetera, and how this creates very real problems for the city. To respond to these, as many of my peers have already done a better job than I could of explaining why a housing first policy and getting folks housed is going to be a more effective way of getting people off the streets than a blanket camping ban. I'd like to share the story of my friend Z. Z used to live in a secluded location near the Mississippi Shopping District, near their community, but away from the road. Out of sight and in a place where they could not realistically disrupt any activities by the city, could not disrupt accessibility of people moving through the region, and were not particularly visible. Starting with the ice storm last fall, they started getting swept weekly. The entire area around there started getting swept weekly. And as a result, eventually, Z and many others were forced to move away from this location on public city land onto the side of the road where they exist right now. I guess my point is that if we actually want to address these concerns, the practical concerns that we as citizens deal with, the accessibility concerns, the fire concerns, et cetera, we need to get people into houses instead of telling them that they cannot camp when they have no other choice. Thank you.
Thank you.
Austin Freifogel. Cassidy Kaken. Michael Moore. Followed by Molly Hogan.
Welcome. Thanks for being here.
Am I next? Hi, my name is Michael Moore. I'm on the board of Right to Dream 2. 13 years ago, in October 2011, Right to Dream 2 opened its doors to the unhoused of downtown and Old Town. The organizers of Right to Dream 2 conceived of it as a protest of the city's sidewalk management ordinance, which was not dissimilar from what is being considered today. We thought if we were lucky, we'd be able to keep it going for about 3 months. But then something happened. The people staying at R2D2 became invested in its success. They worked hard. They figured out how to divide the labor fairly, how to keep the area clean, how to handle the donations and redistribute them to the people in need. They figured out everything they needed to make a successful village that was providing a service to the larger community. In short, they became a community themselves, and that community is still going strong today. The people are different, but the mission is the same: to provide 12 hours of uninterrupted sleep, safe uninterrupted sleep, for up to 60 people a night, not counting the 17 people living at R2D2. That's 77 people not sleeping in the parks or on the streets of Portland. Now imagine if instead of making us move from our original location at Northwest 4th and Burnside, which is still an empty lot, you had let us open a second location at our present site. That would be 144 people not sleeping outside. And a third location, perhaps at Northwest Gleason, 6th and Gleason, the former site of C3PO, that would be more like 225 people not sleeping outside, since it is a bigger space. Imagine letting Dignity Village, with its 40 or so residents, open a second and third locations. The point is that there's a lot of good sites for more self-managed, inexpensive villages around Portland in practically every neighborhood. Our annual budget has not exceeded $63,000. The ban you're considering won't work any more than the previous attempts at the same thing haven't worked. We want to help you find solutions that will work. Please drop this unbackable ban and let us help.
Thank you.
Molly Hogan.
Yep.
Hello, Mayor and Council. My name is Molly Hogan, and I'm the director of the Welcome Home Coalition. We are dozens of nonprofit organizations, housing providers, and homeless service providers. And I'm here to urge you to not pass item 339. Revisiting an ordinance to ticket and jail people for surviving in tents is a waste of city resources and time. And I'm just fresh out of a really inspiring day. Yesterday, we hosted a housing summit, and we heard from folks in the city of Houston. And I don't want to move to Houston, but yesterday I was really inspired. And tonight, sitting here listening to you all, I just feel depressed and disappointed. Like in Houston, they've decommissioned 130 something camps, but she gave an example of one that was 286 people. 200 of those 286 people were moved into permanent housing. And it was a 4 to 6 week process. And they did that they had landlords set up tables at the encampments. And they had providers come together to create a universal intake form. We have more money than Houston, y'all. We could do that. And I don't want to move to Houston. I want to live in Portland. I also just want to go off the cuff from what I had planned to say and say, I've heard some dehumanizing language today. Earlier, you're talking about sweepy people, the squeegee people, and you're all laughing. Can I reframe that? Squeegee people, people that don't have a job and are trying to get a job without panhandling and trying to clean people's windows. Can we reframe a little? I also heard the attorney earlier say he wants to see consequences for people living outside. Do you think living outside in a tent is not a consequence for people? So please don't waste your time piling stigma and extra burdens on folks already just trying to survive. And if you'll allow me, Mayor, I have a huge stack here of handwritten cards from our coalition members yesterday asking you not to pass this ban. And please do not pit disability against homelessness. They're not mutually exclusive. There's a blind man who experienced homelessness who wrote one of these cards. So please just take that into account. And I ask the disability advocates to take that into account as well. Thanks.
Great, and if you wanted to give, if you could give them to Keelan, and then she'll make sure I get them. And thank you for passing those along. Appreciate it. Thanks for your testimony.
Next up, we have Dan Handelman, Portland Cop Watch Online.
Welcome, Dan.
Good afternoon or evening, Mayor Wheeler and Commissioners. My name is Dan Handelman. I use him pronouns, and I'm a member of Portland Cop Watch. I can't count how many times we've been in front of City Council over the years to testify about laws that criminalize houselessness. We lost count of the sit-lie ordinance at version 4.0, and we're frustrated by the attempts this council is making to try tweaking the 2023 anti-camping ordinance so it might meet constitutional muster. The revised ordinance creates a list of unacceptable behaviors on the sidewalk and allows police to arrest houseless people who are offered shelter but refuse it. There are no provisions for a person to explain why they won't go to a shelter, which might include health issues, wanting to stay with their family, wanting to keep their companion animals, or trying to remain safe from domestic or other abusers. The ordinance says the officers can make an arrest after they make a reasonable offer of shelter and the person refuses. Can you define reasonable, or will it be up to the officer's discretion? I do not see a definition, by the way. The ordinance, that we appreciate Commissioner Rubio's attempt to attain metrics about how the new law is enforced, but remember that such data were provided to a sidewalk oversight committee led by Commissioner Fritz from 2010 to 2012. Those data showed disparate enforcement, and then the committee was disbanded. As for the amendments proposed by Commissioner Gonzalez, the most significant change is putting all the power in the hands of the mayor, taking away City Council's ability to legislate. This is the opposite of what the Charter Commission was envisioning when they created a weak mayor system where the mayor only gets the vote to break a tie. Commissioner Mapp's amendment slightly improves this by requiring the mayor to convene an advisory body and recommend changes to council. More broadly, our group is part of a peace group called Peace and Justice Works. We wonder why the city hasn't been asking the federal government to stop wasting money on the military, which takes up 43% of the discretionary budget. That money should be spent on housing, healthcare, and other human needs. The business interests who are pushing you to sweep houseless people out of their site should join you in asking that this money stay here at home. In short, you've been told over and over again that your efforts to punish people for the crime of not having somewhere to live are not constitutional, and you must do better. There are already plenty of laws in the books, including the state's misguided recriminalization of drug use, laws about the use of violence, and other behaviors which are cited as the reasons people foster negative stereotypes about people. We don't need more laws.
Thank you, Dan.
Lorian Welchoff.
Welcome. Thank you for being here.
Let me get my notes.
By the way, thank you for being so patient. I've been here for several hours. Yeah, thank you.
Hello, everyone, and thank you for taking your time to listen to me. My name is Lauren Elena Welchoff. I graduated from Pacific Northwest College of Art last May. The streets of Portland have been my ground for 5 years while I attended, and things have yet to change much since I graduated. Portland is still unsafe for the disabled, and this needs to change. I'm scared to go back onto the streets in Portland and on even our transit systems within Portland to start my job hunting because I've always had the fear that something bad may happen to me, even on the streets. Sometimes I think of the question, what could happen? As an example, could someone kill me? If I were to go back on these streets and walk and go by myself. As an artist, graphic designer, I would like to go back onto the streets and explore Portland, getting inspired to do more work. But it's something that I can't do. I won't be going back anytime soon until the streets are completely cleared, and I'll just sit on my bum at home and not go anywhere till this gets fixed. And I will not stop fighting for this until the issue is gone. I want to continue to advocate not only for myself and the plaintiffs, but I will also advocate for the students at the college that I have graduated at. But I cannot do this until the streets and transit lines are clear from the homelessness. We need our rights rightened, as I stated the last time I testified. This is the city of roses, not the city of homelessness crisis. And it's about time something gets done.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Aaliyah Mays.
Hi, Commissioners. This is Leah Mays. I'm a resident of downtown Portland. I live right next to the Steel Bridge. The first thing I want to say is I am completely on board with Commissioner Gonzalez's plans to make the most strict camping ban possible. I think that the people that I'm listening to testify seem to not want to separate the fact we don't have mothers and children living in the street tents that we see. These are drug addicts, okay? So you got to stop trying to bunch everybody together and think that we're trying to ban homelessness. We're saying that you cannot have sex, do drugs, pee-pee, poo-poo, do all the things that you think that you would do in your own home on our streets and keep traumatizing the tax-paying residents that rightfully live in these neighborhoods like mine. I have lived next to one of the worst campsites, which was, what did you guys call it? The pit, the Steel Bridge pit. People like Carmen Rubio, who advocate for people living on the streets and then use indigenous women and Black women as their excuse and they're fighting for us. I don't want you fighting for me. As a Black woman, nobody should be advocating for anybody to live on the streets like this. I have watched women get sexually assaulted multiple times. I've seen people dying from drug overdoses. I've also seen people at our property at McCormick Pier, an elderly couple, get beat to a pulp with the woman's nose getting broken. This isn't cool, okay? Gonzalez, I really was thinking that you were a meow, but I'm really glad to see that you got your big boy pants on. You got to stick to your guns. These people that have been elected into the office right now, these are people that have been the demise of Portland. Rubio, Mingus Maps, and Ted Wheeler, bruh, and Dan Ryan. Bruh, get out. Get out. Let the adults come in and start making the decisions. That's clean up the streets.
I'm leaving, I promise.
Next up, we have Travis Athugis.
Travis, welcome.
Hi, yes, thank you. Hi, my name is Travis Thugis. I'm not an activist or affiliated with yet another tired, overprivileged member of the homeless industrial complex. I'm a resident of Northeast Portland, and I'm here today to offer my complete support for this legislation and encourage the council to be even stricter. The sidewalks are a basic right-of-way. Mayor said today that the most important individuals in this discussion are the homeless. They're not. Over the past few years, I've been unable to use the streets to walk or bike to work. I've been forced to take my children onto busy public streets to avoid the sidewalks because the homeless tent camps make it unusable for strollers. My children have been unable to use the public park restrooms because last time my daughter tried to use them when she was potty training, there was a homeless guy shooting up in them. And now she doesn't use them anymore. I've had grown men masturbate and defecate in front of my wife and daughters. My wife and I have been subject to campers following us and subject to shouting racial slurs at us, and I've seen guns drawn in many freeway medians where the homeless are camping. We all know it's caused by drugs, it's not economics, we all know that. I've been to countries where people are actually poor and homeless due to poverty. My parents grew up there, and they look nothing like Portland. You don't see needles everywhere, people have dinners as families, they're otherwise normal, they're just poor. They don't masturbate in front of children, that just doesn't happen, we all know that. You don't see people taking up public park restrooms to shoot up there. It's not Portland's job to house everyone, and even welcome those who have made themselves nuisances to everybody here. We've heard directly from many impacted negatively by the status quo, like myself and many disabled people here today. Yet we've not actually heard from one homeless person here, despite their prevalence in the city. Only the well-compensated, well-organized activist proxies, and I'm here to say that what we all want. No one likes the activists, and they've menaced our city for far too long. Please stop listening to them, and as one further point, I'll say this. We've heard from many white activists here attempt to co-opt narratives of brown people to support the theft of public property, and I can't, unlike those activists, I cannot speak on behalf of all brown people, that I can't speak on behalf of myself, that I would like the city council to be much stricter than they are currently on the homeless camps, and I encourage them to go even stricter. Thank you very much. That's all I have to say. Bye.
Thank you, Travis.
Claude Bosworth, Vicky Payne,
Hi, Vicky.
Hi, my name is Vicky Payne, and I am an employee of Multnomah County, but the views I am expressing today are my own. I'm here today in support of this ordinance. I've been urging City Council for almost 3 years now to implement some sort of enforcement rules that encourage people to move into sanctioned campsites, shelters, or villages, and away from illegal street camping for the benefit of both the housed and the unhoused. It's not safe for anyone to be outside, unknown, in an illegal camping situation, and we need to ensure the safety of our most vulnerable residents. Having a safe, healthy space where they can stabilize themselves and start working with outreach providers who can find them again the next day is what they need. It's by no means inhumane to encourage someone to seek assistance. You wouldn't let your grandmother with dementia choose to live in a tent on the sidewalk. And most of these folks who are chronically homeless are suffering from mental health and or addiction issues and cannot actually make good, healthy decisions on their own behalf, and are creating significant public safety issues. Many people living on our streets don't realize that almost all shelters in Multnomah County are low barrier, and they can, in fact, stay with their pets or partners and come indoors while high on drugs. We also have a cornucopia of temporary living options at this point, so there should be a reasonable alternative for everyone to select from when offered alternative legal living accommodations. There's no reason for us to continue to accept a refusal of help and be subjected to property crime and garbage piles that result from ongoing illegal street camping. Of course, it's not a crime to want to sleep, but it's absolutely not reasonable to allow someone to fill a public space with piles of their, quote, personal belongings and block access of use to other residents. People want to participate or live near society to benefit from things like concrete sidewalks to avoid a muddy tent or dumpsters to pick from. They must also follow the rest of society's rules, which in this situation is mainly the sharing of publicly owned spaces. The idea of giving people without the mental capacity the right to choose what they consider personal freedom is harming both the individual as well as our society around them. Our green spaces and small businesses are suffering while we allow people to live in inhumane situations. We need to entice these folks to want to seek a better outcome for themselves. Letting them carry on without intervention is quite literally killing them. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it, Vicky.
Next up, we have Maya Pav, Claire Stanfield, joining us online. Claire, you're muted.
Hi, I'm here.
Hi, Claire.
Give me a second. I'm in class and I'm running out right now.
No problem.
But yeah, my name is Claire, and I'm coming to you all as a student at Portland State University and a citizen of Portland. And my hope is to testify against Portland's newest attempt to ban camping in city limits for today's agenda item. I think that this revision puts all matters of sweeping, or in Portland City's rhetoric, camp cleanups within the jurisdiction of the mayor. And I think that that's convenient, given that it's been spearheaded in the most radical amendments have been made by Commissioner Gonzalez, and that he is also running for mayor. A camping ban at this scale not only violates a person's 8th Amendment right, but also their 14th and 13th Amendment right. And this revision is also misleading, given that according to the National Alliance to End Homelessness, the Portland area could only offer 52% of the families in need a shelter bed and 57% of individuals. We also need to recognize that there's scapegoating happening in the system. Homeless liberation and disability justice are entwined, and we can't let rhetoric like this separate the two movements. So I'm asking if we truly do intend to adhere to the city's core values and citywide racial equity goals and strategies, then we need to reallocate funding and prioritize quality, long-lasting housing options. No roaches, no mold, and no abusive landlords for all Portlanders. And until we can meet that need, we must resist the pattern of arresting and citing the majority Black, Brown, Indigenous, and disabled people surviving homelessness in the city and navigating the current bureaucracy of accessing our shelters, no matter how uncomfortable it is for business development districts, for neighborhoods, for us. This community effort and our discomfort will be soothed will not be soothed with a Band-Aid. And we need to get to the wound. And the wound is quality housing inequality. That's all I got.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Next up, we have Michelle May, Sonia Good-Stefani.
Hello, I'm here.
Hi, Sonia.
Hello, thank you for listening to my testimony today. My name is Sonia Good-Stefani. I'm the director of the Community Law Division at the Metropolitan Public Defender's Office. Unlike my criminal defense counterparts at MPD, my team is a civil legal division. My team provides legal services for houseless individuals in the city of Portland with the goal of getting people housed. Our clients are individuals and families who are struggling to survive while working nonstop to get off the streets. Many are in recovery from years of living with addiction, or are survivors of domestic violence, or are immigrants, or are veterans. They are some of our most vulnerable community members. Many clients have past evictions, or convictions, or debts that prevent them from being housed. My team works to settle old debts, expunge old convictions and evictions, appeal housing denials, and ask for reasonable accommodations. Adding more debt and more convictions to our clients' records will only work to further delay and prevent them from getting housed. Low-income families and communities of color are disproportionately represented in our criminal justice system, our eviction system, our debt collection system. This ordinance will only increase those disparities. I understand that Portland is in the midst of a homeless crisis, but tacking on additional penalties for those who have little control over the situation is not the answer. My clients need beds to sleep in, social services to help them, legal services to reduce barriers, and a helping hand. They do not need additional legal hurdles or fear of arrest or increased fines that they can't pay simply because they have nowhere else to go. As a public defender, I want to say our system is already overburdened. Recent legislation, which I'm sure you're all familiar with, will recriminalize certain offenses and will increase caseloads. Adding yet more cases to a saturated system is not the answer. Portlanders should have a fair opportunity to secure safe housing, make a living, take care of their families, and participate in their communities. This ordinance does not work towards that goal. I urge you to consider alternatives to justice involvement of any kind and excessive fines that people cannot afford. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Sonia.
Next up, we have Kelly Ianspa, Amanda Lamb.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep, we hear you and we see you. Welcome.
All right. Mayor and Commissioners, my name is Amanda Lamb, and I'm a civil rights attorney with the Oregon Justice Resource Center. Before you today, you're considering two competing plans to address camping by houseless individuals in our city. Frankly, neither plan is perfect. However, while I might have some concerns about the mayor's plan, Commissioner Gonzalez's alternative seems to be needlessly cruel, more likely unlawful, and open to legal challenges, and an affront to the democratic process. Contrary to what's been said today, it's the more punitive, restrictive, and inflexible plan. As an attorney, I intended to come today and point out specific legal concerns with the plan. But about an hour before the meeting, I was notified that the Exhibit A amendments that Commissioner Gonzalez submitted had once again been changed. The latest iteration appears to address some of the most obvious illegalities, but I believe there are still significant vagueness and overbreadth issues, and I have significant concerns about consolidating so much power within the mayor's office. particularly in light and the change of form of government. You've talked a lot in this meeting about the supposed lack of criminal penalties, and yet the commissioner's plan still puts a large fine of $1,000 on people who are too poor to pay for housing. I won't be speaking to any important legal considerations I think council should consider today because I didn't have time to fully analyze the proposal, and I don't want to present you with half-baked concerns. It's unacceptable to give members of the public less than a couple of hours at most to read and figure out how to respond to these really important city proposals, even if the public knows that the changes have been made, or try to respond on the fly after listening to council discussion. This is the third time this plan has changed in the last week. This is not how the public policy process is supposed to work. Failing to give members of the public or even council itself the necessary time to review this proposal undermines transparency and accountability and does a disservice to council members and Portlanders. Commissioners, I urge you to reject Commissioner Gonzalez's amendments and plan because they have not been properly vetted either by yourselves or the members of the public, including the legal community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Juan Chavez.
Juan, welcome.
All right. Good evening. My name is Juan Chavez. I'm the project director of the Civil Rights Project at the Oregon Justice Resource Center, and I'm a Portlander. I'm testifying in opposition to the two proposed survival shelter bans for a few reasons. My colleague, Amanda Lamb, who you just heard from, has already spoken to a few of those reasons, so I'll speak to the one component I have spent most of my career litigating, which is the Eighth Amendment. Both Mayor Wheeler's plan and Commissioner Gonzalez's plan are flawed by the same premise and will undoubtedly face legal challenges because of those flaws. Neither are acceptable under federal law or HB 3115, as both are premised on the criminalization of houselessness and survival in a city without adequate shelter. Now, there is a difference between the two, and at minimum, the mayor's plan does have some vague language about reasonable alternative shelters. Not that I would concede that what exists right now is adequate or reasonable, or that it still isn't cruel to send cops to pressure people into such alternatives. But Commissioner Gonzalez's proposal provides no such alternative, and the omission is pointed. That's because the commissioner's plan is a house of cards built on a flawed premise that the Grants Pass case and HB 3115 will be going away, and that criminalization solves economic and health issues. Based on oral arguments this week at the Supreme Court, there's reason to believe that you won't be getting your wish to be able to punish homeless people the way that you want. Shockingly, perhaps to my jaded ears, many on the Supreme Court seem to acknowledge in principle that the Grants Pass ordinance was unconstitutional in some manner and that the Eighth Amendment applied in this context. Even Justice Alito, not somebody I personally know to be a great champion of the Eighth Amendment, sounded ready to uphold the underlying principle of Robinson v. California underpinning Martin v. Boise and Grants Pass. Justice Sotomayor put it plainly to the lawyers from Grants Pass. What do you expect houseless people to do? Just die in the streets? Now, Commissioner Gonzalez proudly touts the city's involvement in the Grants Pass litigation on the side of Grants Pass. Why you want to be associated with cities that Justice Sotomayor says lack compassion is beyond me, but hey, at least you might have a vote from Justice Thomas. You need to stop hiding behind the idea that these are vague issues or that the law doesn't provide guidance. The law does provide such guidance. You just don't want to listen to the fact that it prescribes that you need to listen to the people experiencing houselessness. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
We have Meredith Wadlington online, followed by Alicia LeDuc Montgomery.
Welcome, Meredith.
Hi there. My name is Meredith Wadlington, and I'm a policy coordinator at Unite Oregon, a statewide grassroots organization led by people of color, immigrants and refugees, people experiencing poverty, and rural Oregonians. Also, I am a lobbyist at Unite Oregon. I'm here today to urge you to reject these proposals that would criminalize homelessness. I am someone who's experienced homelessness. When I lost my home, I slept in my car and I relied on the kindness of my community to crash on couches while I found my footing. I was lucky and very privileged to not have to camp. But if you've never experienced homelessness, you may not know the feeling of shame and isolation that comes with housing insecurity. Unfortunately, many of our members and staff at Unite Oregon know what it's like to lose your home and your dignity. And that's why Unite Oregon stands firmly against the criminalization of our houseless neighbors. In April's community budget hearings, you heard testimony after testimony about how divesting in community support measures such as Project Response and PSR and criminalizing our houseless neighbors only perpetuates harm and escalates challenges facing houseless folks. Additionally, this proposal, as you've heard before, would overwhelm our already overburdened public defense system, which under recently passed House Bill 4002 is poised to become even more bottlenecked. And by the way, Commissioner Gonzalez stated that the public sentiment has shifted around decriminalization. I just want to clear the record and say that over 70% of the public testimony regarding 4002 was in support of decrim. And I heard similar rates from staffers receiving comments from constituents. I think we're headed in an alarming direction as a city and a state caving to extremist proposals that use our criminal legal system as a solution to economic and public health crises. I also want to add that I'm appalled by the way in which some of these moves are being made, specifically Commissioner Gonzalez's proposal. This is a clear attempt to circumvent the legislature's decision to limit camping bans to time, place, manner. It's time to decide what kind of leader you want to be, what kind of city we claim to be, and I urge you to vote no. Thank you.
Thank you.
Alicia LaDuke Montgomery.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Alicia LaDuke Montgomery. I'm the Contract Litigation Manager for ACLU of Oregon. I also maintain a private civil rights practice throughout Oregon and use she, her pronouns. I'm here to express our opposition on behalf of the ACLU to the proposed ordinances, both as unconstitutional and likely unlawful under Oregon statute, and also as being put forth in what we believe is potentially bad faith, noting that the commissioners knew there was Supreme Court oral argument this week on this very issue, and that many of Oregon's top experts and litigators on this subject were in Washington, D.C. And of course, as we've heard, proposing amendments 2 hours before the public hearing and vote, where even the mayor wasn't fully apprised or getting copies of what's at issue here. And indeed, this is a serious issue of major concern for Portlanders and something that should be made on an informed basis, not an ad hoc basis. Punishing homelessness, it serves no constructive purpose. It keeps people unhoused for longer. It's also very expensive. A recent study found that between 2017 and 2020, 50% of all arrests in Portland were of unhoused people. That's an exceedingly large amount of Portland's resources being used in enforcement just on the unhoused population to arrest them. Seattle University study found that enforcing just one of 6 quality of life measures for the city of Seattle cost $2.3 million in just 5 years. Here, you are seeking to impose a civil fine of $1,000 on folks who can't afford housing, when the average rent price in Portland last month was over $1,500. And as this council is aware, as the commission is aware, right now, Martin v. Boise and the Johnson v. Grants Pass rulings remain good law. SCOTUS has not overruled them, so passing these ordinances would be contrary to existing precedent. Moreover, the excessive fine aspect is not before the Supreme Court. So regardless of the Supreme Court's ruling in Johnson and Grants Pass, this $1,000 fine will be excessive and unconstitutional. We urge a vote no. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Onyx C. Williams, Nathan Jimenez.
Sorry about that. She doesn't want to get off the chair.
Thanks for being here, Nathan.
As a point of personal privilege, Mr. Mayor and Council, I ask that I reserve the balance of my time as I may such consume. Am I so recognized by the Council?
I'm not sure what you're asking for.
I'm asking a parliamentary allowance to be able to speak my mind, like I said,
100%.
to reserve the balance of my time as I may consume, which will not be too long, considering we're in the late hour. And this is very painful for me to sit in your chairs and under these lights. So I'll be as brief as I can. For the record, I am Nathan Jimenez, a National Congressional Scholar, which makes me a living embodiment of the Constitution as a citizen activist. I have been an activist since Walter Mondale, so that should tell you a long time. And I am a native Pacific Northwesterner. And I remember in 1980, when I first came to Portland to visit, I have historic roots through the entire Pacific Northwest and the West Coast. And I've had homeless people. A man tried to swing a hatchet at me as I was walking to the grocery store. I had a man on the way to church, and I'm also the council advocate for the Knights of Columbus, for the cathedral, but I'm not here at that capacity. And I have been a registered lobbyist, and I still am a registered lobbyist in Washington State, and I have been chair of Citizen Aware of Government Activities, Super PAC on the federal level, and I have been a chair of a state PAC back in the early 2000s. And I have written all of you, and I've even spoken to you in person at the UPS on Hawthorne, and you at an event at OMSI there, Commissioner Rubio. And I have proposed since 2002 the idea of taxing pornography, putting a sales tax, porno for public housing. I know it's a crazy, radical idea, but to take that money, porno for public housing, putting a sales tax on pornography, and pay for housing. Like I said, I reserve the balance of my time, although I was not so recognized, as I make such consume out of personal privilege as a National Congressional Scholar. And I've also proposed the idea of creating we have funds that are coming into the state and into the region for homelessness to create a Portland and a Oregon Section 8 voucher, so that while we are in the process of creating housing for people, we can house people by having a voucher system, a Portland Section 8 voucher or a Oregon Section 8 voucher. And I proposed this idea since 2002 to the legislature. And I had both state Republicans and Democrats support my idea, but it never went to legislation. Now, once again, and I've written to all of you about this idea in email, and I've been writing to the Congress and to everybody that will listen on the ideas of creating an Oregon Section 8 voucher and basically taxing pornography throughout the country to provide for housing.
Great, thank you.
So, but my point is, and to end, and quickly, I know I'm over the balance of my time, we need to find creative solutions to these problems. I do support your measure, although I would say there has to be a consequence, maybe a criminal consequence. I'm not too certain, but there has to be the carrot and the stick in this case, because we've seen this not work. And we've seen that for the cost of the war in the Middle East and for the cost of the bank bailout, we could have ended homelessness, we could have ended hunger, we could have been provided for job training, we could have provided for education for all, universal health care, and given every American $4 million. And even if you look at what we sent over to Ukraine, we could have addressed the issues of homelessness on that alone.
Okay, thank you.
Well, like I said, I reserve the balance of my time
I just figured out what that meant.
Yes. Well, it's Robert's Rules of Order.
Very good, thank you. Appreciate your being here.
Yeah, that completes testimony.
All right, very good. So just by way of run of show where we are, and keep in mind, everybody, this is a first reading of a non-emergency ordinance, so we don't vote on the whole kit and caboodle tonight. We will discuss each of the amendments in turn in the same order in which they were presented, and then we will vote on the amendments, and then we will move to second reading whatever is left of those amendments.
Mr. Mayor, may I go?
Commissioner Maps.
Can I, let me jump in here. I do have an opinion about doing a final vote on the amendments today. I think all of us received some of these amendments at a very late hour. I suspect no one on council, or very few of us on council, have frankly had a chance to read the latest iteration of Commissioner Gonzalez's amendments. And I will be transparent with you. I think that some of the public testimony that I heard today indicates that folks may not fully understand the specifics of what's before us today. So I would suggest to my colleagues that we hold the record open. We have the amendments on the table, hold the record open, and do a final vote on the amendments when this comes back to council for second reading. I don't think that I have frankly had a chance to fully understand what Commissioner Gonzalez is proposing. And frankly, I think that there's some confusion in the public on what each of us have put on the table. Democracy and dialogue would benefit through more time for folks to process what is being proposed. But that's just my proposal. If folks want to go in a different direction, I understand that.
Well, I'll hear what people have to say. I'm prepared to take the vote.
I'm ready to vote.
Same.
All right. Okay, we have a majority ready to go. Okay. Thank you, though, for the proposal. So the first item is Rubio number 1. First of all, I'll ask, do we have any questions, comments, questions of staff, questions of Commissioner Rubio on Rubio 1?
I just have one observation, which actually will come up more specifically with Gonzalez's amendment. I think Rubio 1 has the police putting forward a report on the demographic breakdown of folks who are arrested under the time, place, and manner ordinance. One of the things I noted is that Commissioner Gonzalez encompasses Rubio 1 in his amendments, but he also strips out criminal penalties in his amendments. So I'm not sure if there would ever be a moment where, if the cops aren't involved here, I don't know if they would have anything to report on in this space. So
I can probably speculate on that. One, our proposal abandons the concept of jail time at this point in time. That does not mean there's not police intervention in enforcing the code. And I think the broader point is that it's the adjacent behaviors to camping that we're primarily concerned about. So camping code may be the basis on which we initially intervene or connect with those on the streets conducting behaviors that are really problematic by the police or others. And so I do think there'll be data related to that. And the more we can shine a light on it, the better. I mean, it's not a substantive change, but to the extent we can understand those interactions, I see no objection in the structure I'm proposing.
Thank you.
And I have a comment on it as well as police commissioner. So our staff has reached out to the police bureau with regard to the collection of this data, but only in the context of the base ordinance. And they are prepared to provide this information as public testimony made clear. It will not be holistic data for the homeless population as a whole. It is specifically in reference to police interactions. So as long as people are clear about that, as police commissioner, I have no objection to Commissioner Rubio's amendment. In fact, I think it will be helpful in terms of transparency.
Great. Thank you very much.
Any other discussion? Please call the roll on Rubio 1.
Ryan.
Aye.
Gonzalez.
Aye.
Mops.
Yeah, I want to thank Commissioner Rubio for bringing this amendment forward. I think it's common sense and good government. I'm glad to vote aye.
Rubio. Wheeler.
Aye. The amendment's adopted. To maps number 1. This was with regard to the Public Environment Executive Team. Any further discussion on this item? I welcome this. I think more input is better than less input. I would hope that one of the executive team members who is included is legal counsel, particularly if one of the objectives of this group is to give advice to the mayor. The presumption is that the mayor would then create policy that would then come to the council, at least under the base ordinance.
Mr. Mayor, both thank you for your support. Thank you for that flag. I believe the way we drafted the amendment, it creates enough flexibility for the mayor to appoint folks not explicitly listed.
It
on
did.
the,
Yeah, it
on
did
the
as designated by the mayor. I just wanted to note that I think it's really important that legal counsel be part of that conversation as well, as always.
Great.
Any further discussion? Please call the roll on maps.
Ryan.
Aye.
Gonzalez.
Aye.
Maps.
Aye.
Rubio. Aye. Wheeler.
Aye. The amendment is adopted. To Gonzalez, number 1.
I have some comments. If
Yes,
that's
please, Commissioner.
I'm just going to acknowledge some general points, have some comments on our amendment and substitution, then look forward to any questions or dialogue. I just want to appreciate all those who have testified. This continues to be a very difficult topic to navigate as a community, as a country, as a region, and you certainly heard it here today. I want to call out the testimony of those with mobility challenges and the disabled. The most vulnerable in our community are often the ones that are most impacted by encampments and its externalities. So we didn't hear a lot from parents and children that are often impacted, but that's definitely a component of the population. Certainly those with mobility challenges are most economically disadvantaged in our community. Their neighborhoods are often the most negatively impacted by encampments and what comes with it. I want to speak to just a couple of concepts. Camping bans are not banishment. Vacancy laws are part of our legal tradition for, frankly, generations, centuries, and in part because they are essential for cities to function. We simply cannot function without addressing who and what can be done in right-of-ways, public right-of-ways. For the city of Portland, it's particularly important that we say no to camping. If we don't, we will continue to track the transitory, the mobile aspects of the homeless population. That is not all of the people on our street, but that is a component of the population on the street. And we continue to struggle, and we will continue to struggle mightily if we don't clearly communicate the way many of our neighboring jurisdictions have. This is not a place for camping. So I'll just leave that point for now. I heard a lot of testimony on the need for further homeless support. The City of Portland alone allocated $85 million for homeless housing and services in 22-23. Tri-County metro area passed a tax measure in 2020 that's expected to raise $2.5 billion for homelessness services by 2030. This is in addition to new state dollars that are coming on. Our community is spending substantial resources in addressing the homeless challenge, and yet our citizens aren't getting relief. I want to speak to just a couple of conceptual separation of power questions that have come out. In the new charter, the new form gives explicit authority to the mayor to make rules. Gives it explicit authority to the chief administrative officer to make rules. This is embedded in the charter that is delivered January 1. The next mayor will be adopting rules, and it's pretty clearly spelled out. Other parts of how that's going to work, we don't know, but that second, in other forms of government with a clear split between the executive and legislative function, the executive adopts rules. Our federal government does it. The state government does it. So I take pretty strong exception that rule-making concept in the mayor is somehow precluding the new form of government. In fact, the opposite is true. The new form of government explicitly calls it out as a possibility. Just high level about process. I'm not going to get into all the tit for tat, but my office had pretty significant concerns with Mayor Wheeler's approach to this last year from a process perspective. We had concerns this year with the way this was brought forth. This is too significant an issue for a lot of the policy work just to be driven at kind of the junior staff level in coordination with the city attorney. What you get is excess risk aversion. And that is exactly what we got last year. We took every step to avoid getting sued. We took every step to avoid getting enjoined, and yet we still got enjoined. I think part of that is we adopted code that was way too complicated. And I think we're repeating that mistake here with Mayor Wheeler's proposal. Just going to get into a couple other concerns with the mayor's proposed here. I do think the lack of sufficient protections for schools and childcare centers called out, reiterating that concern. It should have been protected more clearly. Lack of alignment with our neighboring jurisdictions. We share a substantial border with the city of Gresham, and the rules should be clear that whether you're on 82nd or 182nd, the same rules apply. No camping in an urban setting other than in sanctioned environments. That is our goal, that we align with our neighbors there. More fundamentally, we are codifying a poorly constructed and potentially fluid Boise/House Bill 3115 construction. We are going to hear from the Supreme Court by the end of this summer. Frankly, it'll probably be by July 4th. That is going to have substantial effects on the rules by which we operate. We shouldn't be bringing complicated code to reflect the best interpretation of what exists prior to that decision. I think that is a mistake inherent in Mayor Wheeler's approach. I do also want to reiterate that the mayor's proposed adds a number of aspects that are going to make it difficult to enforce. The concept of knowing as a requirement, I think that's a challenge, and how we prove that. And more fundamentally, the requirement that we ascertain availability of shelter before enforcing. I want to call out that the city of Portland has taken a very strong position on this, even as recently in our brief in the Supreme Court case. I'm just going to quote it here. The city of Portland signs on to the following statement. Martin and Johnson are unworkable because there's no practical way for law enforcement officers to determine whether an individual has access to adequate temporary shelter under Martin and Johnson. As such, local governments have no choice but to forego most enforcement of prohibitions on camping on public property. The city of Portland has signed on to that statement, and yet we're codifying that in the mayor's proposed as a requirement. I think that is an error. Last but not least, with respect to the mayor's proposed, I think the concept of divergence is something spiritually we'll all support. I think it's embedded actually in the Gresham approach we're talking about here, that we want people to avail themselves of the resources that are out there before engaging in the criminal or code enforcement process. I think uniform agreement of that. You don't have to specify that in the code to achieve that ends. I think my approach is superior because it allows the executive to adjust to the realities on the ground. That can include tremendous outreach, that can include a commitment to leading with outreach workers. So I'll leave it at that. I think putting it in code is just one more argument for defense lawyers, should this ever get litigated, to use against us. And we should be doing less of that, not more of that. With that, I think my amendment as proposed we've taken a lot of steps to incorporate our colleagues' feedback on what they were concerned about in this area. Unfortunately, we didn't get substantial opportunity to engage with the mayor prior to him bringing his proposal forward. We have adopted rulemaking that allows for a transparent process that can engage the community at the appropriate steps in a way similar to the way PBOT interacts when setting rules for the right-of-ways. But last but not least, what we are proposing is that the legislature state very clearly that we want camping to end in the city of Portland in unsanctioned environments. That is exactly what the legislature should be doing. If my amendment is adopted, that's what this council is saying. With that, I'll leave it.
I have a couple of comments. First of all, there are areas where Commissioner Gonzalez and I have strong agreement. And I have stated before, and I will state again, the goal should be to have no unsanctioned homeless camps anywhere in the city of Portland. Instead, we should have sanctioned encampments that give people an opportunity to connect with whatever services they need to get off and stay off the streets. And ideally, when people are ready for it and have whatever services or assistance they need to be ready for it, housing. And we're in agreement on where the goal is. We disagree on how to get there. And my philosophy from the day I got here has been that you need to do what we're required to do as a city. It's our job to maintain public safety. It is our job to maintain public right-of-ways and accesses to public lands. But I also believe we have an obligation to do what we can to connect people to those services. And you all agreed, because you all supported not only the creation of the task sites, but also the expansion of services in safe rest villages that would give people access to navigation. It would give them access to treatment if necessary. It would give them access to behavioral health if necessary, access to domestic violence services if necessary, access to job training, which somebody mentioned in testimony if necessary. And then the best part about it is with proper coordination with the county, and we've seen this recently, we actually have navigation into housing for people who now are connected to those services when they are ready to receive those. And that's done by the county. They navigate to housing that is reserved for this population. Obviously, we need to continue to work to scale on it. I also want to agree with Commissioner Gonzalez that this is not the entirety of our strategy. It's really unfortunate that we have to compartmentalize time, place, and manner and not talk about all the other things we're doing, the tasks, the safe rest villages, the outreach teams that we've established, the Portland Street response, and other services. That's not part of this discussion today, but it's kind of hard to have just the time, place, manner discussion without acknowledging that the City Council has done much more than that. This is one part of where we are. The commissioner is right. We still may get sued. In fact, I would be somewhat surprised if we don't get sued. I get sued every day for just about everything I do. However, as Robert, our attorney, indicated, what we tried to do here was, even though we sort of assume we're going to get sued, is make sure that we have the best possible ordinance to survive that process and come out on the other side. With regard to flexibility, I agree that flexibility is a good thing. I just disagree how to get there. I believe that the council has that flexibility. And what I've suggested is let's get an ordinance on the books. This is what I've proposed, with clear manner restrictions, some clear statements of policy values, and ensure that it's both legal and that it is enforceable. The council can always change course if other circumstances change. If the Supreme Court does something and the council feels there's something substantial that we need to change, we can do it. If the legislature takes up House Bill 3115 in late 2025 and the council wants to make some changes as a result of that, the council still has that option. I also want to point out that these are not all of the rules and all of the regulations. I want to remind people that there are still other ordinances on the books. There are still other restrictions on the books. There are executive directives that I have issued that are still on the books. It is not true that this opens the door to people being able to camp on school sites. I don't know how that made it into the news media. It's just not true. And regardless, we still do the posting and we still do the encampment removals in support of those rules and regulations that are separate from this ordinance. Last but not least, I hope people saw today that the hardest part of all of this is balance. We don't have the luxury of taking one advocacy position over another. And you heard people on all sides of this issue come forward, some people saying you need to be more consistent with how you keep our public right-of-ways clear and ensure our public safety. And you heard other people on the other side saying anything you do in that regard is inhumane, and it's crass. Unfortunately, we have to thread that needle. And even the Supreme Court, in their deliberations the other day, as elevated and smart as those people are, you could tell they did not want to have to draw the line. We do have to draw the line. That's the burden of local government, and I believe that we have done it in a way that is as thoughtful and reasonable as possible. I obviously will not be supporting your ordinance, Commissioner Gonzalez, but I appreciate the efforts that you have made, and as I say, there's much that we agree on. I don't know if there's other comments or questions, or we should just call the roll. Call the roll on Gonzalez 1, please.
Ryan?
Thanks. Colleagues, I've actually enjoyed our debate today on the two proposals before us. No matter which we ultimately adopt, we're moving in the right direction. Portland, you've been patient. I hear you, your patience has run out, and the status quo is not working. We are building a robust system for those who wish to have access to shelter and services. And since day one in office, I've been focused on building a pathway from the inhumane conditions on the streets to stable and safe communities. And I'm proud that we are seeing results. We are committed to accelerating those services, and I will continue to push Multnomah County to deliver more as they own and fund the majority of these services. But as leaders, we are elected to serve this city. We must be honest with ourselves. And sadly, due to conditions that go well beyond poverty, there are many people on our streets who refuse these services. For those refusing, we need to stop enabling them and stop allowing people to do illegal things on the streets, in our parks, and natural areas. We need accountability, and we need action, and we must continue to differentiate those who are ready to receive services so we can help them quickly by partnering with them to build resilience and expediting their transition into housing and life off the streets. For those suffering from addiction and refusing services with no agency to say yes to a pathway of building resilience, we must be clear with you. Portland is no longer a chief enabler. We are a loving, compassionate, and tough mother. As poisonous drugs have taken over our city and our great state, the city, the county, and the state must align efforts to take action. The impacts of ravaging people in ways no one has seen before. Ultimately, I have chosen to support Commissioner Gonzalez's proposal as it aligns to our future form of government and clearly outlines that camping is not allowed in Portland. This proposal before us demonstrates an honest, thoughtful, and balanced approach to managing public spaces. And most importantly, this policy aligns with our neighboring city of Gresham, the fourth largest city in our state, the second largest city in our county. Yes, it's time to take this to scale, and a combination of Portland and Gresham aligned will have pragmatic impact for our city, county, and our state. Bringing clarity to our first responders in both the social services and public safety arena is critical, especially between 140th and 180th Avenue, where Portland-Gresham boundary is fluid and where the needs for services are the highest. This policy also brings flexibility to respond to changing laws that the Supreme Court is currently hearing. We must always lead with compassion and offer services and treatment first. And we need policy in place for those who continue to refuse services. Our city needs us, our community needs us, and we need to act now with compassion, collaboration, and common sense. For the families with loved ones on the streets, I see you, I'm one of you, you are not alone. We want government services to work with you and for you. For the families who don't have access to the public right-of-way because you experienced unsafe conditions, I see you and I ask for your compassion as we do what is right and just. Portland's best days are ahead of us, and we need to act now with hope for recovery for each lost soul and for a city who will show up with love, compassion, and accountability. I vote aye.
Gonzalez?
Aye.
Maps.
I want to thank Commissioner Gonzalez for the thoughtful work he's done on this particular ordinance and the dialogue that we've had over the last couple of weeks. I'll tell you, I'm deeply sympathetic to what you are trying to accomplish here, I think in at least a couple of spaces, but I'll lay my cards on the table. I think the vehicles that you have developed are imperfect, let's put it that way. Let me highlight two themes that I'm sympathetic to, but I think we didn't quite get at with the amendment. I think one of the things you're trying to do with your amendments is send a message to the state legislature saying state law is not helping us locally solve our houselessness problem. I think that is objectively true. However, I am not convinced that our time, place, and manner ordinance is the correct vehicle for sending that message to our state lawmakers. So that is a concern to me, and it's one of the reasons why I can't support you on this one. I think well, that's right. I'll lose you in a minute. So, and the other thing which I think you're trying to do with this amendment is empower the mayor and the executive branch to effectively manage the city's rules around time, place, and manner. I'm deeply sympathetic to that too. I saw that same problem. Frankly, I tried to address it in the amendment that I brought forward. Even there, I would say this is not my ideal amendment. However, what we're really trying to do is to make this law, which we frankly have to pass, fit within our next form of government, which will have a city administrator and a council and a clear division between legislative branch and the executive branch. I think my amendment does the best that we can, given the structure that we have chosen. So I'll say that. Frankly, a third barrier that prevents me from casting your vote in favor of your amendment today is, just frankly a lack of time and a lack of conversation. I think the most recent iteration of this amendment, got filed at maybe 2:00 this afternoon. I don't think that's your fault. These are unfortunate timelines that we inherited. But it is what it is. I tried to buy us some more time. My colleagues wanted to vote today. If we're going to vote today on these amendments, I am going to vote no. But I will tell you, Commissioner Gonzalez, in terms of what I think you're trying to accomplish, which is to communicate clearly to our state lawmakers around working together to get people housed. If you're also trying to set up the city administrators and the executive branch to effectively implement our houselessness policy and get people off the sidewalks and into street and into, a safe place to live. I am committed to working with you and everybody else on council in the months that we have left in these jobs to try to figure out policy that'll get us from where we are today to those goals that we have. So with that, I vote no.
Rubio.
So, for me, there are really two things. The first, first is transparency and roles, and we've said a lot about that already. But just to sum up, I'm concerned here that centralizing discretionary authority under one individual instead of a legislative body for the reasons that we all talked about, that must deliberate in public and is accountable to the public. And for me, in a worst case scenario, this could be perilous territory if it was too concentrated. So that, to me, is a clear philosophical difference that I have here. The other is that there have been a lot of moving pieces, and for me, not enough information. And I do want to appreciate the inclusion of our amendments, but given the importance of this issue and the multiple versions that have been hard for my staff to track and prep me for, I'm just worried about missing something without having had the chance to have ask more informed questions or the ability to understand larger implications. And I wasn't going to say anything, but because, since you mentioned it, I want to correct for the record that regarding working with all offices for feedback, I just want to be clear that my office was not engaged with you, with your office, until the last couple days. And in fact, we learned outside from the city and other sources first about your amendment. In fact, when my staff tried to include herself, when she was uninvited twice to 2 meetings that were key, that she tried to attend. So internal communication does make a difference in feeling brought along on a policy. And to give some context, we did have several months of engagement with Sky and other members of the mayor's team about what we cared about, and that ultimately informed the proposal that we got when everybody else did. So for those reasons, I vote no.
Wheeler.
Yeah, to that point, thank you, Commissioner Rubio, and I do want to acknowledge the work of my team, Skylar, who is here, Sarah, who is here, Bobby, who is here, Stephanie, who is not here. If there is something we need to do differently to be more engaged, we're very open to it, and you know where we live. This was publicly disclosed on approximately April 4th. We held a press event. I know that we filed it on or about April 16th. I know that we met individually with each of the commissioners between 4 and 6 times to discuss this. If there was anybody who felt that that process isn't working, I'm open to different ways of doing it. If the regular meetings that we have scheduled are not sufficient, ways of doing it. But I feel like we were very clear, very consistent, and very transparent about what it was that this team was working on. And Commissioner Rubio, I appreciate you acknowledging that today. I'm only going to add one more thing, which is I just want to remind people that just because the Supreme Court, if they overturn Martin v. Boise, the state of Oregon still has a statute in place, House Bill 3115. And if this council, and frankly, it should be the next council when they convene in January and they discuss their state legislative agenda, if they want to go down to Salem and advocate for a change or a repeal to House Bill 3115, that is absolutely their prerogative. But I will warn you, if it happens, it will not happen until the end of the legislative session, which is late next year. We need to act now. And so just from an urgency perspective, I feel it's important. I won't go through all the other reasons. You've all heard them. It's late. I vote no, and the amendment fails. Gonzalez, too. Any further discussion?
It's all.
I think it was just the one.
Oh, it's all unified now. Okay, great. Thanks. So that solves that. All right. Thank you, everybody. Long day. Thank you, everybody who testified. We appreciated the variety of feedback we got. This is a first reading of a non-emergency ordinance. It moves to second reading as amended, and we are adjourned.